You're muted.
Thank you, Tom. Good morning, trading friends. Happy Tuesday and happy St. Patrick's Day. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. We have our expert trader, Tom Sabo. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, special hello to Abhishek and Magnus and Trevor and Nate and Aaron and everybody at MyFundedTV crew. And of course to you, Terry. How is the morning?
It is fantastic. I love that our lights behind us are matching green.
Yeah, it's green because it's St. Patrick's Day, right?
Yes, so exactly. It's very festive. How's your morning going, Tom?
Morning is as usual. London session was a little bit tricky, but everything just like a random usual day. Nothing special was happening so far.
All right. Well, I have something very special. I can share the schedule for today.
Let's see.
Today is Tuesday, and you are currently watching Terry and Tom on the Morning Push. At 10 to 10:30, we have Pine Tree Trader. 10:30 to 11:30, we have Leo Invests. At 11:30 to 12:30, we have Husk and Methodical Man. At 12:30 to 1:30, we have Matt Cowart, and that is the schedule for today.
Thank you, Terry. And, let's just jump into the charts because we have a lot to talk about, right?
Yes, we do.
So just a quick recap about the London session. As I said, nothing special happened, by the way. There was a very sharp drop here. This drop was like 120-ish points right before 2 a.m. Eastern Standard. So until Europe is not going to switch to daylight to the summer daylight saving time, the kill zone, at least that I think it's reasonable to trade from, is from around 3 a.m. Eastern Standard. So I started to trade after 3. And obviously, I did catch a short here. I think I was shorting from the VWAP up there from around 800. So some small trades here, but nothing really special. So there was no supply and demand zones that I could go for. The only thing that was earlier visible as a target is 866, which has been taken out just recently after 8 a.m. here. And we still have a 15-minute demand zone on NQ right down at 679. Now, other than that, to be honest, there's nothing on NQ. And it's not a disappointment. So far, we found quite some good levels. Obviously, if I go down to the 1 minute, I could justify some levels here. For example, there is there's a small demand zone starting somewhere around 891. Maybe I will be looking into that level. It's right on top of the Asia high, which was 882. So who knows? But otherwise, on the 5-15 minute, there's nothing really going on. We have previous day high at 25,030. I feel like the market might want to spike up there. So keep an eye on that magical round number of 25K. We all know that the market really loves to anchor around these round numbers. So yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that. Honestly, I don't really have a plan currently. I was just talking with Terry earlier on the backstage about momentum trading, like how to define it exactly. So I guess if momentum would kick in, maybe I can start scalping a little bit to 25K, or if on the 1 minute chart it would shift lower, I can go for that 891 to grab like 20 points or something. So some scalping, maybe, we'll see. And as for gold, not much. So let me just go to the 1 hour on gold because it makes it more interesting, which is as you guys can see it, pretty much just ranging. Like yesterday's range, it's not that exciting. So pretty much just consolidation right in the middle here. And let me just go back to the 5 minutes. So we took out Asia low in between the New York and the London session, or London AM session. And so we took out Asia low. We do have a 5 minute supply zone higher at 5,040. So currently that's the only level I can look as a target, because nothing on the downside. So makes it easy for me. again, 5,040 up there on gold, and we'll see what happens. There's a bearish pin bar as well. It created an absolutely valid zone, but we'll see what happens. I haven't really checked on ES too much, honestly, but kind of like the same scenario as NQ. It seems like it's pushing higher. What makes it a little bit interesting, and I saw this earlier, there's a 15-minute bearish pin bar from yesterday PM session, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard. So I feel like that level, that bearish pin bar, could be taken out at 67.85. So I think that's where the draw on liquidity is currently at this moment. I think ES will spike through that level. I'm not gonna lie, a little bit tempted to jump into a long, because I feel like this is just like a no-brainer. ES should be spiking that 67.85, but obviously, I don't know. I will think about it. Maybe if it pulls back a little bit, I will jump in. Actually, I never really trade ES, but it's kind of tempting because it's looking so good. I mean, whenever I see a bearish or bullish pin bar like this, let me just zoom in on this. So look at this wick here and this huge rejection from the top there. Whenever I see a candle like this, I did some research and backtesting for the last 2-3 years. Like 75% of the time, there's a wick fill on these candles. And by wick fill, I mean that it should be taking out the high of the wick. And we are just ahead of the market open. It's nothing for ES. So 67.85, I think it's going to get taken out. Yeah, so these are the things I have. It's going to actually, oh my, almost forgot the same situation. We have the same here on NQ as well. So the same exact candle yesterday PM session, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard, the same situation. So that kind of gives me the idea that, you know, as maybe even sooner that the market opens up, momentum might kick in, and it's just going to push us like how much? Another 80 to 100 points easy for NQ. So we'll see, but a little bit tempted to jump in, to be honest. Anyway, this is what I have, and we'll see. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. It sounds like you're leaning more bullish today, at least right now.
Definitely a little bit more bullish, and I forgot to put a fib level here. I'm practically just aiming for the mid level of the wick. So the mid level of the wick, that's also a very important marker here. It's not super accurate on my chart, but it's going to be 976. I feel like it's just screaming to get tagged. So an extra 10 points here is like, the chances are like 90% or more. So it should be pushing higher. Yeah.
All right.
Kind of crazy. Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah. Hopefully it's a better trading day for momentum traders than yesterday. It was very rangy yesterday, and I think a lot of people got chopped up in that price action.
Definitely. Yeah. It is what it is.
It is. So we'll see what today brings. I can quickly go over the news.
Yeah, let's see the news.
So I do see Qualcomm increases quarterly cash dividend and announces new $20 billion stock repurchasing. And I see that the war in the Middle East is still escalating. And I don't see any other major headlines regarding that. We did have ADP weekly employment change at 8:15, and that came in at 9,000. Previously, it was at 14.8 thousand. We do have pending home sales at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then that is about it.
All right, thank you. Well, yeah. So far, not much happening, you know, as news-wise or data. I guess everybody's still just kind of waiting for some, I mean, I'm not saying like war-related news, but there's always some updates, and just reminds me to look at crude just for a second, because now everybody's talking about crude, and we're also following it like not much happened. Yeah, as you can see it. We're practically almost at the same spot as we were yesterday, so nothing really moving. We were talking about this this unbalanced price range down at 89. You know, the way it looks like, and maybe I'm wrong, but it kind of looks like a possible head and shoulders scenario here. Like it can just go lower. I don't know. It's possible. So it's ready for a drop here. I'm not sure, but I'm not saying that it's a good idea to short crude oil because we talked about it many times. But I feel like that unbalanced price range does have some sort of a magnetic power there, because I think there's some drawn liquidity in that area. But we'll follow. Yeah.
Zeph Sides calls it a shampoo pattern.
A shampoo pattern. Yeah. True.
I can share my screen real quick here to show you something. For people who don't know, this is how you can formally check to see which contract you should be in. If you go to the cmegroup.com and you find your futures product that you trade, so we'll check out the NASDAQ. So here you can look at the volume and open interest. So this is the NASDAQ contract, details about it. Here's the volume. You click on volume and open interest. And here you will see that the March contract has 154,000, June contract 142,000. Total volume, you can see here, we are rolling over into the June contract, has most of the volume. So great question, Koa. Yesterday, Koa asked, are you guys in the new contract? And I wasn't yet yesterday, but today I am.
Yes, me too. I'm using the new contract now. Also, if some of you guys are using TradingView, I didn't know that knew this one, so I actually this was new information for me too. But if you are using TradingView, there is actually 3 dots on the upper right corner, and you can check the volume. Like I'm only having the new contract here, but 355k volume currently. But it's easy to compare the old and the new contract, so you can decide if you want to switch over. But I'm guessing the volume is already higher on the new contract, so you better switch to the new one. Staying on the old one, it's possible, but there's gonna be like less orders and lots of gaps there. You might not gonna get filled on the price that you want to be, so it is better to go with the new contract.
Yes, exactly. I was just going to ask you, Tom, why is it important that we trade in the contract that has the most volume? And as you said, there could be gaps within price.
Yeah.
It's not as liquid as the most popular contract.
Exactly. And by the way, this is one small reason why I'm usually not really trading the ES in the London session, because the problem is ES doesn't really have too much volume over the London session. So I'm kind of like seeing all these gaps, especially on the 1 minute chart, 2 minute chart, and it's just not really giving you the best prices or execution. There could be some slippage happening. So there's nothing wrong with ES. I said that many times because I got some messages like, Tom, why don't you trade the ES? The ES is great, guys, but I think it's just not really for London session. And during this month, because the daylight saving time and everything, I really don't have too much time to stream in the New York session, but I will make some more time for it. In New York session, I think it's great. Absolutely, by the way.
Yeah, I hope so. This morning when I woke up, I'm like, is Tom streaming? And you were streaming. And I was like, oh.
I'm super busy. I stream in London session, then I go to the gym, then I make lunch, and it's already like time goes so fast that I'm like, I couldn't catch a breath really. So I will try to do my best.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, but London, it sounds like you're always streaming on London.
Yeah, I'm always in London session, but I always was in New York session too, but I will squeeze it in somehow. Maybe I will do some streams after MyFundedTV, but as soon as Europe is going to switch to summertime, I will have at least an hour more so we can look for early New York session trades as we used to.
Awesome. Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
So guess what I found out this morning?
I don't know, some hidden treasure somewhere, maybe?
Yes. Exactly. So the sale is extended, you guys. The $97 for the 50K rapid account plan. You save $60 by using code YouTube. Everyone gets 2 uses of this. And it was set to expire today, but it will be extended for an additional week. So make sure you go snatch one up. Type in 1 if you've already snatched yours up. I already have.
There you go. And I'm so happy about this because I did get the question like, how long is the promo gonna go? And I was like, well, unfortunately, it seemed like it might just gonna end. And this Terry, right now, this is brand new information to me. And thank you for sharing this, because guys, we gotta load up some new Rapid accounts. This is a really good price. And I do think, do we still have some welcome promos on some of these accounts? Do we? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we do. We have 50% off promo off any of the pros if you're brand new to MyFundedFutures. And the pro accounts are the accounts that you can really run up to $100,000 per trader in sim funded payouts. And we also have the 25K special still going on. So if you haven't tried the 25K Flex account yet, you can try that for a discount for new traders and also existing traders. That's still going on. And also 30% off. Oh my gosh, we have so many sales right now. 30% off of any of the pro accounts. That is still going on. I still love the pro accounts. I still love the Rapid. I feel like every plan has its favorite parts to it.
Oh yeah, everybody has like a different type of trading strategy or different personality. If you might, for example, if you're a bigger risk taker and you like to go a little bit like not just account size but like more freedom, then the pro accounts are for you. And by the way, that talking about freedom, the Rapid accounts giving you lots of freedom as well, by the way. So
yeah, exactly. Once you pass that buffer, it stays static, so you can just treat it like a live account or treat it like a pro account. And you also get full max contract size right away with the Rapid account, which we love too. So it is, pick whatever it is that you love. Yeah, you can see here, if you're a new trader with MyFundedFutures, you can try out the Flex plan for $49. For existing traders, it is $77. And yeah, all the pro plans are still on sale. So I love that.
We like that. We like that a lot. And of course, don't forget it. Like, we have the welcome bonus. Make sure to try out MyFundedFutures. I know there's a lot of you out there still thinking like, what to do? Guys, $49 to enter MyFundedFutures as a brand new customer is a no-brainer. So, you know, you just got to go with it. I mean, you got to take that deal. $49, no activation fee. Give it a shot, because the 25K accounts are also really good.
Yes, I can share the leaderboard too.
Oh my gosh, I was waiting for the leaderboard because we did check it. So amazing, right?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, where's Sam? We were following Sam for a while. Rye is still hanging in there with his or hers five accounts. Wow, building. So we can have up to 5 of any of the 50K accounts in sim funded. We can have as many evals as we want, but in sim funded, we can have up to 5. So you can see Rye here has 5 of them. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Sam withdrew all the money.
I think he did, by the way. I mean, he was at 99,600 something, as I remember. And, you know, I think he just withdrew that money. I think he did.
Wow.
I mean, you guys can go up to 100K on your simulated accounts. Like, do you really want to max it out? I mean, I don't think he pushed it to that extra $400. I don't think he did. I think he just took the money there.
He called it a day.
He called it a day, yeah. But we have great profits here, guys, and I'm seeing that Nat has that 5 accounts there, and just another proof here that ANM, I'm most likely that's a pro account, and it's just amazing to see how much profit can you make on the simulated account. This is amazing.
Yeah, off of one account.
One single account, yes.
Yep, exactly. Oh, Mr. Delusional says is commenting about the pump in.
Oh yes, we are pushing higher. Just tagged the 25K on NQ, and I'm guessing that ES also pushed it higher. Yes, so ES took out the top of the wick as well. Wow. NQ also pushing higher. The next stop is previous day high. I'm kind of feeling a bit of a FOMO, to be honest, because I was aiming like, should I jump in for an extra like 15 points or something here? And I was like, I'm just going to wait. But yeah, we went higher. And, you know, it's just like 30 points now to previous day high, which was hold on a second. Hold on. Oh, okay. So it's still there. So previous day high is that pin bar. I totally forgot on NQ. So I'm gonna lean bullish still. I think the market should be taking that out. So 25,030. Although, I mean, even on the 15-minute chart, like look at here, all these bullish candles. Let me just switch down to the 5-minute again. Like, yeah, we had some pullback here, but this is a very strong push. Would not be surprised if at the open we would see the typical pullback, you know, like spiking down, sweeping liquidity, getting some stops, and then goes higher. But 25,030, just to have that wick fill, I think it's quite possible there.
Okay. Yeah, I'm feeling a little FOMO too, Tom, because I did see price trading much lower.
Yeah,
What
I'm
a
like,
big push.
it was quite a big push. Actually, how much was it from actually 8 a.m.? We're up almost 200 points. And I was kind of looking at the headlines, but nothing special so far that I've seen. Yeah, let me just see this. Yeah, nothing special in the headlines. I don't know. But anyway.
Oh, okay. So yesterday's high is 25.35. I wonder
35?
if that, yeah, I wonder if that could be a target.
On the micro, it's 30. I don't know how much is it on the mini.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. On the mini, that level that I
on the
just
mini.
did it.
Okay. So usually I go always with the closer ones. So if there's a closer high here on the micro, which is 30, I usually go with that. But yeah, so I think we can have that push. Interesting. Push. And speaking of push, I'm gonna push the refresh button on the stream here, and I just want to. I'm seeing 108 likes, everybody. That is amazing. We're about 347 viewers, 356. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. And you know, the goal is to get to 200 until Pine Tree comes up the stage. We do appreciate all the likes. This is how this works. I'm very glad to see extra 800 subscribers since we did the big giveaway with Luke here. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. If you guys are watching us on X, please make sure to, you know, give an extra few clicks, hop over to YouTube and smash the like. And of course, if you haven't already, please subscribe. We are getting super close to 70K. It's not just about the dance that I'm going to do at 70K. It's about the extra giveaway. I promised you guys, we're going to get Luke to give us even something better. If last time he gave us actually 25 extra accounts, so what about now 50? You know, maybe, I don't know.
That would be awesome.
I'm gonna get some heat for this, but we'll try what we can. So yeah,
I do see, let's see, I'm looking on X right now. 284 people are watching / listening to us from X. Thank you so much for tuning in. Yes, as Tom said, if you guys can quickly stop over at YouTube and smash that like button for us, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. The YouTube algos really do love it when you guys smash that like
exactly.
It's like night and day.
YouTube is feeding on the likes, so we need that.
Exactly. I see Adrian is in the house. Let's go. WeWop is here.
Hey, Adrian. The WeWop is here. Okay. I love to see the regular names, the OG names. Of course, we love to see the new names as well. But it's just one of the many reasons. It's like we're awesome to have a great community here because we have. I feel like we have a hardcore viewer base here. I said it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you guys are so awesome. Every morning we do this together and we keep growing. Oh yeah, Jeff Smith says we want you to dance, Tom. They don't care about the accounts. They want to see you dance.
I will do that, guys. Don't worry. A promise is a promise, and I will do it. So let's just get to 70K.
In my mind, I was picturing maybe Tom will do the Saturday Night Live, like the Saturday, the show.
I will do that. So I will do the night at the Roxbury dance as well. So it will be really fun. And yeah, but it's going to be a surprise.
Okay. I can't wait to see. I know there are some famous dances that you can.
There are. I do love the robot. So maybe, who knows? We'll see.
Yeah. I can do that one. I can do the robot.
Maybe you can do it both, you know. Oh yeah, you see that, guys? She knows. I mean, she was a cheerleader. She knows how to dance. So
no.
Oh, of course she does.
So it looks like we went up and tested the high almost broke it, not quite.
Yeah, so we're having a bit of a pullback here on the 1 minute. I'm a little bit excited to jump into a scalp here. I don't know. I don't know. What should I do? I'm really excited to jump into a scalp trade here.
Okay. If you scalp, are you going to use minis or micro?
No, mini. Just 2 micro. I jumped in with 2 micro right now, and I'm gonna add maybe 2 more micros. We'll see. I'm looking for that 30 to be taken out, to be honest. But
yeah,
I might going to add to the position like 2 more micro, maybe. We'll see. Yeah. Okay, so I'm in a buy. My stop loss is going to be a little bit lower. Don't worry, it's fine. And we can start to pray. So actually, that's not even a big position. I should be adding. Okay, it's spiking down. All right, no problem. Yeah, so I think this area should be optimal to add 1 more micro, I think. 1 more micro. I think I'm gonna add 1 more. I'm good to go down to like $250 of drawdown on this. I'm down only $60, $50 right now. Okay, 1 more micro and we'll see. All right.
Okay.
Added 1 more micro, and I'm just kind of hoping that we're gonna have that push up there.
All right. Hopefully, we have less than 2 minutes. MyFundedFutures says that we pumped 200 points since 8 a.m.
Yeah, this is why it would be nice to finish the job by pushing above that. Not just because it's previous day high, but because of that wick fill situation that we talked about. Like, so we can still go down below the 990s, and that's where I'm gonna get. I mean, I'm gonna be sweating a little bit there, but I might even if it spikes down, I might even going to add even 1 more micro to the trade, and I'm going to be monitoring it real closely. Like, it seems like nowadays things are happening like I'm doing a very bad trade at first, and then I'm all about trying to come back from the ditch, but I hope that this time it's going to go right there, but we'll see.
Okay, I do see a headline. Oh, okay, 30 seconds. OpenAI signs AWS deal to sell AI to U.S. government staff. So that's very bullish for all AI types of stocks related, maybe. Ooh, good luck.
Good luck, everybody. This is going to be a wild ride. All right, 10 seconds. Okay, let's hold our breath. Deep breath, everybody. Oh no. Okay, I got taken out. Okay, it's fine. Don't worry, everybody's. It's fine. I got taken out on this spike. $196 down on this trade. I'm still might trying to get back into this one.
Okay.
I'm not saying I wasn't expecting this, but I was just hoping that it will not spike down that much. But yeah, it did.
Like, you were hoping because we were so close to yesterday's high that it would just run it before we would get a pullback. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to give it 1 more shot here. And we'll see. I might gonna cook myself here on this one, but I entered with 2 micro. And again, okay, I'm adding 2 more micros. This is dangerous, guys. This is dangerous. Don't try this at home, by the way. 2 more micros.
The bulls are really trying. It did trade all the way back up to that opening price. I see a nice rejection off of that EMA level. They're trying so hard.
The problem is that the 1 minute candle is also a pin bar here, which kind of makes the whole situation a little bit dangerous. But yeah, makes me wonder if I should add to the position a little bit more.
Ooh. It's going. It's trying.
Yeah, but as far as I calculated, okay, so this trade is best case scenario is going to take me back to break even. So yeah, we'll see. So anyway, no problem. It's fine. I just hope that it will go through. But yeah,
it's looking good. Oh my gosh, it's so close. The overnight high is 25,025. Here we go.
And yes, all right, back again. So I made a staggering $36. Yeah, well, profit is profit, but yeah, the spike tricked me, actually. That tricked me. Yeah, but yesterday I was lucky though on the second trade, but yeah, it tricked me. Anyway, back to break even. Oh my God, look at this.
It's pushing some more. So the new high of the day is 25,054 and some change here. Let's see if it can push more.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the 1 hour chart and see what's happening here to the left. Nothing. I mean, we're heading into a consolidation area at 106. Yeah, so the 150s, 160s is like a bit of a consolidation. We have a swing high at 144. Let me look at it on the 15-minute chart. So yeah, I'm not really a huge fan of this. There is a zone, but it's not like a real good zone there at 75. I might try to go with that. How about that? Should I go with that? I'm gonna go with that. I jumped into a long. I jumped into a long position. Oh my gosh, 6 micro. Oh my gosh, I messed it up. All right. I messed it up, guys. I messed it up. I accidentally left it on 3 micro. Oof. Okay, this is a lot of heat there. I want to go for that 15-minute zone. That's where I want this to go. Let's go for the 15-minute zone, please. NQ, just push it.
Push, push, push. So far, this opening candle is very bullish. We went
Guys,
down
6 micro. I'm gonna be sweating here. I'm gonna move my TP to 74.75. Let's go. Please push it through.
Go,
come on.
Push.
Ah, my gosh. Oh my gosh, it was so close. One of the many reasons that I need to take profit a few points earlier. Oh my gosh, it was so close.
Oh, so close. This 5-minute opening candle is over 100 points.
Yeah. Unfortunately, on the 1 minute, it might gonna sweep liquidity below the 45, so that's not good for me. I mean, it's all right, but it was so close, so close. So come on, NQ, please do the right thing here and just push it higher. Let's see that 74, 75, 74, 75, we all know that song.
ES is looking strong. YM is also looking very strong. Hopefully we'll get that push.
Oh my gosh, I don't even have a stop loss on this trade. Oh my God, I have to put a hard stop somewhere. This is just a hard stop. I might going to kill the trade if it goes crazy manually, but yeah. Okay. Come on, NQ, just a bit of a push there. That's all we need. Tag the zone. Oh no, it's not doing it.
Push. Oh, it's trying.
It is trying. But my nerves are getting wrecked here. No, it's not. But I don't like this. Come on, just push it through the 75s, and we're gonna call it there. Just push it through 75 and just push it through 75. NQ. So don't make me call the market maker. Yeah, go on.
The high of the first 5-minute candle is 72.75. So, oh my goodness, look at that. The high of the second 5-minute candle is 71.25. So missed it just by a tiny bit. Oh.
Oh my gosh, NQ. NQ.
There should be some stops above that high, that new high, the 2572.75.
Well, NQ, I'm a little bit disappointed. Come on. Make us happy for the stream. Well,
come on.
It is what it is.
Your trade is still alive.
Well, it's still there, but you know, we'll see. If it's not going to make it through, then obviously we can turn this. I mean, this one. I mean, the opening range low is down at 64 with that bullish wick there. So it's very tempting that market would just drop here, and it will go for quite the opposite way there. And this is why I might going to kill this trade manually.
Okay.
So I'm waiting for a few more seconds. It feels like the bulls are just not engaging here.
Yeah.
So
Like they could be tired potentially.
yeah.
Oh, they're really pushing back. Here we go. I did see 60. Did go take 60.
Oh my God. Well, how hard is it for NQ to move 15 points, right? At the market open. It sounds like
For real.
for real.
For real.
Okay.
In your direction. In your direction.
Yeah, but we'll see. My finger is still on the close button there. I'm not liking this. Come on, bulls. Yeah. I feel like any second it can take the elevator down.
So far, it is still holding up these higher levels. We are just trading at the top of the range. ES is looking very bullish also, and same with YM. The bulls are still in charge.
Yeah, come on, bulls, just do this favor right now, and let's just push it. Let's go. Come on, just a little bit more.
Push, push, push. Come on, you're almost there.
We're
Okay,
almost
I'm
there.
seeing 65. Ooh, 70. It's almost
Almost. We need 5. Let's go. Yes. All right. All right. At least this account is good to go. $264 for the open. I'm good with this. I'm switching to another account. This was good. All right. We like that.
there. Let's go. W's for Tom.
Oh my gosh. Actually, again, like this spike here actually tricked me, but at the first trade. But you know, this is like, I don't even know how many times it happens with me. The first trade goes to the dumpster and then I'm trying to fight my way back. But anyway, the reaction here, I mean, the high of this was 276. And you know, look at the reaction of the zone, and this is why I do love these supply and demand zones. Obviously, I'm not saying that it's going to turn around now, but seeing that it immediately got that rejection kind of confirms back to me multiple times when I see this. Like, okay, this is a valid level here. So
Yeah, Zeph Side says the VIX is dropping hard, so that's super bullish.
what makes this tricky is the situation that we talked about. Like, we have this bullish pin bar on the 1 minute chart at the open, and I feel like, especially now, like you guys are seeing, this is the 15-second chart here in the small window. It's having a hard time pushing it. So there's not really much up there. What if it takes the elevator and wants to take out the low here? So, you know, maybe I will be watching for a potential scalp to take out the low here. Let me see the level. The level is 964.25. Yeah, okay. So we'll be watching that. I don't know what this line is. Let me take it off. And that's 25K. Okay, so 964.25 on the micro is the opening range low for now.
Okay.
What do you think, Terry? Are you looking for a trade?
Yeah, I think a pullback soon.
Pull back.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop into one micro here. I'm liking this
Okay.
pullback. And
Okay.
I'm going to, let's see, what price should I target? Let's look for, like, I'm gonna target the other side of the 5-minute orb.
Okay.
Yeah.
5-minute orb. Let's see. Yeah, so basically down there at the opening range low, down there at 964. No. Oh, that,
No.
yeah. Okay.
964. Yep.
Okay. Okay. Actually, let me just go to the 1 minute. Yeah, so the 1 minute there's nothing right there yet. The 15-second chart, though, it looks like a shift to the lower end, but it's like until we're consolidating. I mean, I do want to go short. That's true, but I want to see a very strong and solid drop here. I mean, I don't mind if I lose like I don't know, 20 points or 15 points, whatever, as long as the target is good.
Yes.
By the way.
Like you're looking for a stronger confirmation.
Yes, exactly. So for me,
stronger than
exactly
5 points going down.
yeah. So in this case, like, we can call it impulse candle, displacement, whatever, but I need a strong shift here to the downside. So.
Okay. We're waiting.
We're concentrating.
Yes, we're waiting for the bears to take charge. So far, the bulls are still in charge. We are trading at the highs here.
Yeah, let me just check on some numbers here. I'm seeing 161 likes. Let's go. I like that, everybody. Awesome. We're about 400 viewers, 428. Thank you so much for tuning in. And we only need 39 more likes. So please, 39 more likes. It's easy to do. We have more than 400 viewers here. I know we can do that, right? So I know we can do it. We have 17 minutes. So we need that 40. Now I see 160. Come on, somebody just took back the like.
They're teasing you, Tom.
They're teasing us.
Someone's teasing you.
But anyway, we need 40 likes. Please help out the channel. Thank you.
Let's go. Oh, I just refreshed. Now we're up to 180. Thanks, guys.
All right, let's do it.
Oh, yes. I did not wait for a good confirmation. So I am underwater a little bit, but not that much.
Don't worry about
it. $47.
It can still drop. Baby Sonia's asking, what is my strategy? Well, in a very, 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 very nutshell, I'm looking for the price to, play ping pong between supply and demand zones. Those are the levels that I'm looking at, and I just enter on a classic fair value gap or ICT 2022 entry. I'm kind of mixing up the things here, but I'm just looking for displacement, fair value gap, and then boom, jumping into a trade. So basically, and this is why I was asking you, Terry, about momentum trading a little bit, because I have the levels which are supply and demand zones, so I just need the momentum to point in that direction, and I'm in. And that's it, basically, in a nutshell. That's the strategy I'm looking for. I mean, I'm doing every single day.
That's like your trigger.
That's the trigger, yeah. The momentum is my trigger, but as of momentum, I need the down closed or up closed candles, not just a wick. So if we would just have a wick here, that's not enough for me. I need down closed candles to shift the market. I need a fair value gap for a pullback or retracement. And yeah, that's that. As long as I have at least, a positive risk to reward ratio, that's good. But I'm not saying there is something wrong with negative risk reward ratio. Yesterday, Forex Ike was talking about negative R trades, and he's killing the market, really. And there's nothing wrong with that. I really loved the quote yesterday. I think he said it, or Ash was quoting it too. Like, the bank doesn't care about how you achieved that profit, or it was a negative risk to reward. The bank doesn't care. When the money arrives to your account, it doesn't matter what risk to reward it was, as long as it's money, right? So yes, I love that.
Yeah, so I do see an inside bar here, and it's actually, I just flattened. The inside bar is breaking on the buy side. So
okay. Yeah, I see that.
Early.
So that's that. Okay. Oh my gosh, a push here again. Let me switch to the 15-minute and look around here to the left. So by the way, just another thing here for those of you who are absolutely new in trading, if you don't really see anything, but I guess that was obvious. If you don't really see anything happening, always make sure to look to the left, scroll through the time frames, look for your levels of what you're looking for. For example, if you could be looking for pivot points, moving average levels, whatever it is, but like, look to the left and look around what's happening. And the top of the zone here, by the way, it has not been taken out. Let's see. So the potential buy side is at 142. Right now we are in the middle of the 15-minute zone. So let me just clarify this. This here, okay. So the price is right in the middle of the 15-minute supply zone. Sorry. So we are in this. I don't know if it will try to break that 141, but if I look to the left here, yeah, nothing here. Nothing interesting to the left here on the 15-minute chart anyways. So yeah, the top of the zone is up there. Sorry, 142. We'll see. We'll see. Let me extend it to the right. Yeah, kind of interesting situation for sure. You know, I mean, the 15-minute, look at all these bullish candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bullish candles here. And no rejections so far. And now we tag the middle here. I'm actually still looking for possible shorts, by the way. I'm looking for a possible short. And let me just look for a target here. So on the 15-minute, the low is 842. Okay, never mind. This is not a zone. Nothing on the 15-minute. Nothing on the 5-minute, unfortunately. Okay, that's not good. So yeah, we don't really have anything on the downside here. Nothing on the 4-minute, nothing on... I'm looking for levels and zones. Actually, hold on a second. Yeah, so we have a 25. Okay. Oh, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was wrong. Hold on. There's a low 1250. 75 is higher than 50, so I might be wrong on this. 50. Okay, I was wrong. There's a 5-minute. There's a 5-minute zone here. A 5-minute demand zone lower. Obviously, it's way far down there. I'm not saying that we're going there, but it gives us some context. But, you know, if there would be a shift lower than 54, I would love to take a short down to that opening range low. That would be good. That would be great. Yeah.
Living on the wild side.
Yeah, this is Wild West, everybody.
Queen of Trades says there's a really big gap above us on the daily chart.
Oh, there is. I totally forgot that. Let's see. I'm going to switch to the mini just for a second here on the daily chart. I mean, the gap from March 11 and 12, there's a small one. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring. I don't see any gap here on the daily. I mean, there's an unbalanced price range, not a big one, just like a few points. It could go higher though. Yeah, at 154. So I don't know. Maybe on the micro, I'm not sure.
So far it has been a gap and go type of open. The 5-minute orb people are tagged in long. The 15-minute people orb are tagged in long, and both are in profit right now. The inside bar did work, so congrats for people who took the first inside bar.
Yeah, congratulations. Good trade there. Yeah, I was taking a little bit more risk than I should have by jumping in a little bit too early. So the surprise was this wick down there. I really was not hoping that we will spike down. Oh, there's a form.
There's a form. Everyone
we like that.
Yes, get your name on the forum for a chance to win a free account from MyFundedFutures. You do have to be present to win, so make sure you hang out. And once your name is announced in chat, you've got to claim it by taking MyFundedFutures prop firm real quick. Otherwise, there will be a reroll, and you will be sad. So don't be sad.
Don't be sad. Be happy. And by the way, totally forgot to talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow, what's going to be? Tomorrow is FOMC, right? Yes. Oh, yeah. Tomorrow is going to be FOMC, and What I'm trying to say is that, yeah, there's going to be a press conference. So we might see a bit of a sideways action tomorrow in the AM session. So just be prepared for that. You know, every FOMC day is always a little bit tricky, like just like CPI or NFP day. So, you know, who knows?
Okay. I'm going to check on the likes real quick to see if we hit above 200. Oh, we're so close. We're at 194. We need 6 more to hit
Oh my
our
gosh,
goal.
6 more likes, everybody. 6 more likes. We can do that. We can do it. 6 more likes, please. Super easy. So
Yes.
let's do it.
Let's
6
do it.
more.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for the support. And again, it seems like we're holding this area here at the mid-level of the zone.
Yeah.
I really would like to see the market shift lower, but this is like the no trade zone. Not
No,
much to do with it. Yeah.
there's no real confirmation yet. I mean, I still want to try and short it, but I need to wait.
212 likes. Thank you so much, everybody. Where is my soundboard? Oh my gosh, I forgot to tune in my soundboard. You guys definitely need an applause. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. What a great morning. Terrific
Oh, yeah.
Tuesday.
Perfect Tuesday, and you know, I think we're having great mornings here at the open because so far the levels are working. Like we gotta separate the analysis from the trade execution, right? Because I did do a bit of an early trade here and there. Like you guys see now, this is my new thing. My first trade is a loss, my second hopefully a winner. But like the levels are actually working. The market was so far, not just today, but you know, yesterday, last week, it was so far respecting these zones, which I really like. And yeah, but now it's a big question mark, everybody. So,
Waiting game. Tom, it's been really great to see how you manage your trades, like what you do when your first attempt doesn't work. What I've noticed is you will add some size on that second attempt.
yeah,
And
so yeah, go on.
no,
I just wanted to say this because I'm going to forget it. I'm doing something in the past couple of weeks. By the way, this year was a bit of a rough start for me. I talked about this on my channel too, but I'm absolutely super optimistic. I had the same situation last year in 25. The first few months was a bit of a rough situation. But what I'm trying to say is, speaking about winning trades and adding to the position, I'm trying to do this in the past couple of weeks, adding to the winners, not like doubling or tripling the size, but like one more micro here, one more micro there. But when I do that, I try to make sure that I'm, you know, pulling my stop a little bit closer. And so I'm trying to manage the risk as well. But, you know, I realize that when a level is really working out, and you're confident about a certain level that you want to get to, I mean, as long as you're managing the risk, there is nothing wrong adding to the winner, right? I mean, more profits there. Yeah.
I've seen some of the best traders are adding to winners. And yes, speaking of that, now I'm kind of looking at going long because that first 30 minutes is so strong. We did not go and test the low at all during New York, except for it. New York made the low in the very first 5-minute candle. So that is very bullish. Yeah, I might be looking for a long for today.
It could be because it seems like we're holding this area. The 1 minute is building up a structure. It already built up some structure. I feel like this is just accumulation to be ready for one more push above the 40s, you know, like 40 extra points here is in the cards. It doesn't feel like it wants to drop. But again, the only thing about the whole AM session that concerns me is that bullish candle on the 1 minute. I know it's only on the 1 minute. Let me check that. Yeah, it's a little bit on the 2 minute as well. But like, yeah, maybe later. But so far, I think it's looking good for the bulls. Again, this 1 minute bullish candle scares me a little bit down there. That's it.
Yeah, have to try and get in at a good price though.
Oh yeah,
That's the tricky part because we're already so extended. And like it's okay, right, Tom? If I don't get a good entry, like I can wait. It's okay. I can miss the trade if I don't get a good price.
Exactly. So if you missed the trade, don't worry about that. And by the way, I'm always missing the trade, by the way. I just look back many of my trades this year and last year too. Like I'm always like it's very rare that I'm actually entering, like even with just like as close as 1 or 2 points to the entry price that I'm looking for. So usually I'm looking at like, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 points or more on the regular trades. On the scalps, I'm kind of okay with 15 or 20. But what I'm trying to say is my entries are like because I'm going a lot of times with market order, and then this is why again I'm circling back to that momentum trading situation. So I'm seeing the market getting closer to one of the supply or demand zones, and I'm like, okay, I think I want to jump onto that price and let's just go with it. And I did exactly the same just before the stream here. Like when we had this 1 minute supply zone lower 866, I saw this push up to 846, and I was like, I don't care, I'm jumping in for an extra 20 points because, you know, after the sweep here and after trapping the shorts and this move, it should be kicking through. So it did. Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is my entries are rarely at the precise entry, but as long as I can, you know, get that profit and obviously managing the risk, it's okay by me. I'm trying to keep it above 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio, but you know.
Yeah, it sounds like getting the idea right. It's not about getting the exact price that you're aiming for. You're the way you trade, Tom, is like you're like, all right, let me get the idea right and the timing like right.
This gave me a lot of confidence, by the way. The more confidence I'm having with my levels reassures me that we talked about it yesterday. Like I can give a second chance to the trade, and even if I lose the position, like I'm gonna be okay because I know that, you know, next time the level is gonna be taken, or maybe tomorrow or whatever. So I'm quite confident. If I lose one, I know that it's just one of many. So anyway, it's okay.
I love that, and I think part of your success is the position sizing, not going heavy on that first attempt, because then you have room to try another time.
Exactly. So so right now we having a bit of a let me see, a bit of a shift here on the, well, let me zoom in on the 1 minute. Okay, so this is not a shift, this is just a wick, but it seems like it wants to go a little bit lower. It's not a real shift. It's very tricky right now. It is.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, and our time is almost up.
I know, time flies. We have less than 40 seconds. Tom, any last thoughts before we head out?
I feel like I said too much already. I'm sorry for taking up your time, Terry, because I was just yapping on and I was keep talking about the trade. I had a great time, everybody. It was good trades, good levels. I wish everybody a great session, and you know, stay tuned for Pine Tree and everybody else here. And I give the last words to you, Terry.
Thank you, Tom. This was such a fun morning. Tom and I will be back on tomorrow morning. Please welcome Pine Tree Trader.
Yeah. See you guys. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Yo, what's up, everyone? What's going on? Thank you, Tom and Terry, for another great morning push session. What's up, everyone in the chat? Let's see those pine trees. Love those pine trees. What's up, Keegan? D in the house. Queen of Trades. Michelle. Heather. What's up, Adrian? Jenny. Ethan. Lucky Aces. Runner. Melvin. Good morning. Good morning. Samuel. Goku. Deepak, Abhishek. What is up, everyone? All right, let's get into it. So another inside bar here on the 5-minute chart. I am trading this MyFundedFutures Flex funded account. This is what I got right now. And right now I am up $225. I'm up $696 total. I ended up passing this account yesterday and then making what, 400 something bucks on it, which is pretty awesome, guys. With MyFundedFutures, you can activate the same day as you pass. So how cool is that, right? So I was able to make a little bit of money after I ended up activating it yesterday afternoon. So here we are up 696, and I'm looking for another trade. Here's talk about the trade. I took 2 trades I've taken this morning. So I took 1 scalp at the open here with a few micros based off this 2-minute chart. We put in this, it was right during the opening drive candle. We wicked down, we put in this pin bar, ended up hopping in long and just getting in for a little scalp. Then we had this inside bar long trigger, and what I looked for is 20 points. So I nabbed 20 points off it. Terry Trades ended up calling it out in the chat. And this is one of my systematic trades that I like to take. It's called the ORB Killer. And I took it for 20 points. That's what I did. Simple as that. So up to 25. Right? Nice base hit day. Will I take another trade? Yeah. If I see something, I'll take it. I'm not going to risk a whole lot. I'll probably end up trying to risk, you know, maybe half of it or whatever. But 225, $200 to $400 is what I like to snag for a base hit. So we do have an inside bar that's formed right here. It's triggered a short. It's triggered a sell right. You see it break right here. Stop would go out to high. Now market overall looking very, very bullish. Can you get a scalp down in? Sure. Yeah, you can get a scalp down in. Would I take this trade? I probably would if I already wasn't green on this trade at the open, right? Because you really don't need to make a lot, guys. Guys, I just got approved for a $10,000 payout this morning. And all I did, my largest winning day was 400, like right around 400 bucks. My largest losing day was 200 bucks. That was it. So it's, you know, you don't always have to try to make those huge, you know, try to get those huge winning days of $1,000 or more. Sometimes it's nice to get that, but it's not necessary, right? It's not necessary. You just take your base hits, grind those accounts higher, and then you, in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe even longer, next thing you know, you're at a payout. So, you know, it's just one of those things. Mr. Smith, when did gold do a... I'm not sure what that means, Mr. Smith. Sorry. We can take a look at gold, though. Yeah, we have a little inside bar on gold break here. I'll take a look at silver here real quick. I'm interested in the YM as well. I want to watch the YM. So YM yesterday, man, it really kind of kicked us in the tick, right? The old saying. You can see, right, this is the short we took yesterday on stream yesterday morning. And I took that break off that Harami after we made a new high. It kind of swept down a little bit. We didn't really get much in the profit. It came back, took my stop out right here. You can see right here at this top wick. And then that was the high of the day. So just a dirty trick on that YM did to us yesterday. Just a dirty trick. So looking for something like that again today. We actually just put it in a nice outside bar. So market is pulling back here without us. That's all right. Can you explain to the fans how you trail your stop? Sure. So how I trail my stop on I mainly do it on an intraday trailing account. Now with a flex account, this is an end of day account. So I generally don't trail my stop unless I'm scaling in and out. But basically what I do, let me just throw up a bracket here. So let's just say I buy down here. So let's just say I buy down here, right? And let's pretend this is it's going with me. So as it's starting to go in my favor and I have an intraday trailing account, I will start to trail the stop. And I won't let it come back into negative territory, especially if it goes in my favor right away. So if it goes in my favor right away, that's what I like to do. I don't prefer to do that, but until you get over the trailing drawdown, It's good to do that, and especially if you're trading with larger size. Now, if you're trading with the reasonable size, you don't really need to trail your stop as long as your stop is, reasonable, right? Like, let's just say you have a 50K account and your stop is at $150, $200, right? To me, that's a pretty reasonable stop. Now, if you're in one mini and that stop is $200, but it shoots up to $1,000, let's just say, on an intraday trailing account. Yeah, you probably want to start trailing that stop, because if it comes back to even your break even spot, you're going to lose $1,000 in drawdown. So it's one of those things that you kind of got to practice with. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, good question. Thank you for the questions, guys. I welcome all questions. It's 30-minute segment. We'll try to get it in a trade if we see something, but trying to do some education and keep the chat moving and all that good stuff. Hey, Husk in the house. What's up, Husk? Williams in the house. Welcome to the team, buddy. Let's see. What's up, Adam Daz in the house? Spaces. So how's everyone else doing today? Oh, I wanted to ask the chat a question. Oh, thank you, Rufio. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good. It's always good to wake up with email that you got some payouts, right? That's always a good morning. And happy St. Patrick's Day to those that celebrate St. Patrick's Day. I know they were flowing the green beers at the local watering hole over the weekend. Yeah, for sure. All right, so market right here, 25,065. Putting a bit of a top here on this inside bar. So I talked a little bit about it. I have a long form video if you guys want to check it out in my YouTube about this first inside bar. Basically, I take the break and I look for 20 points. That's been back tested. Please do your own back testing, right? I don't want anyone to just blindly follow. And the other thing is too, guys, no matter what, no matter who you're trying to follow or what strategy you're trying to, or edge that you're trying to get, or find it for yourself, whether you're studying ICT or you're studying, inside bars or whatever, right? What you want to do is try to make it your own. Try to make it your own. So let's just say, I have a lot of people in my own community, my little pine cones, that will trade inside bars, but they wait. They don't just take the break. They'll wait for maybe a 50% retracement before they would hop in short. So, let's take a look at this candle here where we remove some of these lines where it broke to the downside and then maybe it pulled back in and then they looked for a little bit cheaper short. I usually take the break and then I just take the risk and place it to the high. But a lot of people will just adapt their own. Some people will look the way the candle is shaped, whether or not we have a bullish shaped candle or what, So no matter if you're trading ICT, you don't need to blindly follow it. Just know that a lot of the ICT stuff is already been done. It's not anything new. And I'm not trying to insult anyone or whatever, but just know that you can adapt it to your own style. Maybe the person that you're trying to follow is trading off the 5-minute chart, and you want to trade it off the 2-minute chart or something like that, So, boy, we are still looking like we want to pull back down. Pretty volatile too, guys. So you definitely want to size down. I'm looking at this little flag break here on the 2-minute. I'm actually going to hop in short, and stop's going to go up above this little swing here. And we're going to try another short. See if we can push back down. Maybe look into this gap here. This could be a point of support, right? These gaps can be a support. Stops at 25.8275. Looking at the 2 minute, we have a bit of a bear flag break as well. You can see right here. This is oops, wrong chart. Gonna switch contracts. There it is. A little bit of a bear flag break here. So let's see if we can get a little continuation. There's a quick 10 points there. All right, come on. Bang. Quick 20 points there. Off the flag break, inside bar, outside bar, 2 minute chart. Also confirmation, inside bar, 5 minute chart. So another on the funded account, up $300. That's it for me on this account, probably, right? Like, I don't really want to trade this account that much. I don't really want to give much of that back. This is day 2, so you got to keep trading it for another 3 days, and already a good start. So nice little 20-point grab off that 2 minute bear flag break. If you don't know what a bear flag is or a bull flag, let's talk about it. This is the way I define it. This is the way I look at it. I will trade them off a 5 minute. And then recently, this is very recent that I've been looking at a 2 minute chart. And the only reason why I started looking at a 2 minute chart was because of you guys and this show, looking for a way to kind of get it in a scalp or two during the 30-minute segment. So anyways, this is how I kind of defined it, right? If you look, we had a pretty bearish move, push down, and what I like to see is a pattern that looks very similar to a flag like that, and where it kind of like, you know, it puts in a higher low on the candle, so it's putting a higher low, higher low, higher low, and then I like to see, you know, 3-4 candles in a row that start putting in those higher lows, and where you can kind of draw that trend line and put in that flag, and it looks like a flag, right? So it kind of looks like a bearish, and they call this a bear flag, right? Because it's the push down, and then you simply look for the break. Now you get an outside bar or an inside bar on a 5 minute chart is one of my favorite setups. A lot of times what happens is you get a little bit slower market. I'll have to see if I can find something. And it doesn't hop, it doesn't show itself too often on a 5 minute chart, but when it does, it's money. I'll have to like look for something, but here's a nice bear flag break off the outside bar and a little 20-point scalp there. So anyways, I'm done. See you later, guys. No, I'm just kidding. You guys have any questions? I like the mic drop that I did last Friday. That was good. I mean, you got to admit that mic drop was pretty awesome. Any questions for me, guys? I want to ask, this is something I want to ask the chat. I just want to know, how long have you been trading? Like, how long have you, when did you start trading? How many years? You know, how many years did you start trading? Like, how many years ago? 7 months? 6 years? 3? Woo! Look at this flush. Market's pulling back. Echo trade, 5 years, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 3 years, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 3 years. So I see a pattern here. There's a lot of 3-year people, a lot of 5-year, like right in that range. 8 months, nice. Now, here's a question. I'm curious. Over 30 years, King D, let's go. OG in the house. Now I have a question. So those of you that have been trading less than a year, I'm just curious, have you gotten a payout before from a prop firm? Less than a year. And be honest, like, I mean, Like, not yet. No, no, yeah. Yeah. Few yeses, few nos, right? Yeah. A lot of no's. But you guys still grinding, right? Not yet, Motor Tank, Timo. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? It's tough. So, you know, I was looking up something, some statistics, and, you know, I asked the old AI, right? And I asked the old AI, and I says, what is the typical time frame to become a profitable day trader? And 6 to 12 months is what they call a learning phase. And it says most traders lose. 1 to 2 years, some consistency starts, small profits, still inconsistent, maybe some break even years, you know. 2 to 4 years seems to be that kind of sweet spot where many traders start to become a little more profitable. And that's where I was. That's where I fell. I fell right at that 3.5 year mark. So you know, they say right around between 2 to 4 years is when most traders start to find a little more profitability. So if you guys are not profitable yet and you're getting hard on yourself and you're thinking about quitting, you know, don't quit. It's a very tough game. This game is I shouldn't call it a game, but you know what I'm saying? It is hard. You know, this is the hardest thing I've ever tried to do in my life is, you know, becoming a day trader, you know, with futures especially. So I just wanted to let you guys know, like, to not give up. You know, 3.5 years to get my very first payout. But I can tell you right now for a fact that my first 2 payouts covered 80% of my whole tuition when it came to prop firms. My first 2 payouts, and it was and so, you know, I just want to give you guys some words of encouragement. You know, I've seen some people online, you know, saying I'm giving up and things like that, and I just want to give you guys some words of encouragement to not give up. Don't bankrupt yourself, of course, and keep grinding and try, and don't let it be your only source of income until you become a little more consistent. You know, you don't want to it is tough thing to be broke, right? It's tough thing to trade when you're broke, even with prop firms. And I want to share something that I wrote while I was relaxing last night, because I think this is, and of course I had a little help from AI because, you know, I have a 6th grade education, but I just want to share this real quick with you guys. So I get asked a few times a week, and literally this is true. I get asked a few times a week where, should I become a full-time trader? And my answer is always, it depends. Everyone's financial situation is different. For one person, $100 a day covers their life. For another person, $500 a day just to breathe, right? What I can tell you is trading while broke is extremely hard. When the prop firms, even with prop firms and low-cost entries, the pressure of needing to win makes everything even harder. When I went full-time the first time, I had 0 debt and I had $80,000 in the bank liquid, right? So I had 0 debt, no mortgage, no anything. I owned my house and had $80,000 in the bank that I had saved up. A few months later, it was gone. It was all gone, right? And that was not trading prop firms. I was trading options, things like that, and I ended up wiping out my whole account. And I had to go do some gig work, so I did DoorDash, all kinds of stuff, and I ended up getting back and doing my carpentry stuff and fixing up an old investment property that I had. I maxed out every single credit card that I had just to finish the renovation on the investment property. And I would do gig work just to pay my cell phone bill, you know, my power bill, and food, right? And then eventually I sold it and I reset financially, and then I went full-time again. And this is the second time I've been full-time trader. So, and then that's when I ended up focusing mainly on prop firms, because I felt that the risk to the return on investment and the risk structure made far more sense to me than trading my own capital. Long story short, I haven't looked back since, and I just wrote, full-time trading is possible, but it's much easier when you have more than one source of income. And so anyways, I wrote that last night, and I just wanted to try to like inspire some of you people, but you know that it might be struggling, and it's a tough gig, right? It's a tough gig, but it can be done. It can be done. So anyways, I just wanted to share that with you guys. I'm trying to like figure out some more things to share with you guys throughout the stream. Especially when we hop in a trade and we nailed 20 points off the rip. I am not someone that will just trade every single bar. I like to come in and see if I could sling something for you guys, but I'm a big believer in taking base hits and not over trading. It's just the most success I've had recently with my trading accounts as far as funded accounts is 1 to 3 trades a day, and then looking between $100 to $400 a day, and then keeping my daily loss limit to $200 to $300. So lucky aces, let's go. No, I don't feel awkward about it. I just wanted to share that with you guys. I want you guys to just feel inspired and just know that you guys can do it. So I see a lot of people, with 3 to 5 year marks, probably having a little bit of success. There's a few people that have had payouts in the first year, but that's not typical. Congratulations to you guys. But yeah, I see Miss K in the house. I see Adam Daz, Real Robot. What's going on? Congratulations, winners. Do I trade options, Melvin? So I used to, but I didn't know what I was doing, and I ended up losing a lot of money. Do I trade options now? Yeah, I do a little bit. I trade option spreads on the personal side. So I'll trade a little bit of option spreads, and but for the most part, I just invest my money. So the payout money that I get, I pay my bills. That's number one, and then I end up trying to invest it and leaving that alone. I know a guy within 6 months found his own strat, made 50K, and then in a year traded, he made 300K. Let's go, Mr. Delusional. Yeah. And some people, there's those outliers of people that can become profitable right off the bat. There is people that do it. I mean, I have people in my own community that have gotten payouts within, like you say, a few months and are finding success. Very rare, I would say. Like, and I'm not trying to I bet 1%. You're in the 1% if you can do that. I think it's very difficult. Do you think its pullback will go higher? Let me take a look at the higher time frame here. So, guys, I'm not seeing anything right now that says that we're going to have a massive pullback. The hourly chart right now looking very, very bullish. Looking very, very bullish at the moment. So this could be a nice trigger long, maybe to come back and take out the high. We put in a nice, we came down, tested that 25. Oh, this is the other thing I wanted to mention. Guys, guess where we're at? Shocker. Rated at that 25,000 level, even on the new contracts. So I'm trading the brand new contracts right now, and we're right back at that 25,000 level. This is where we've been stuck. If you take a look at a hourly chart, I drew this box 2 weeks ago, and guess where we're at? Right dead center of this giant box. So we are basically stuck in a almost a multi-week range. It's a good size range, but we're basically stuck right in the middle still. And very surprising with all the fundamental stuff, the stuff that you see in the news and everything, that we're kind of just stuck there. We try to go below it, and then we come right back to that 25,000. We go above, we come right back into that 25,000. This is what it's a rinse and repeat. Now, can you get some nice moves and get your base hits in that? Yeah, absolutely. That's what we do as day traders, right? But I know my investment account is just looking flat. It's just looking flat. Good thing is I get dividends on it. Who else we got in the chat? Any more questions for me? I got about 4 minutes left, guys. This segment goes by so quick. I want to thank all the people that show up every single day and support the MyFundedFutures TVs, help support me. I see a lot of my own subscribers in the chat, which is awesome. I really, really appreciate the support. I mean, I don't take it for granted. It's amazing. When I first started streaming, I had for over 5 months, maybe 4 or 5 months, I literally talked to no one in the chat. It was just me talking about the markets, going, oh, the Nasdaq's at 25,060, and there was no one in the chat. So to be on this show is an honor. I never thought like I would have hundreds of people watching on my own show, and now I have hundreds of people watching on this show. So it's pretty awesome. I like it's, yeah, like I said, it's just awesome. So please smash that like button and all that good stuff. D in the house. The technique has to adapt to the market. It constantly changes its profile, Samuel. I couldn't agree more. I mean, really, last night I got chopped to death trying to trade my inside bars and outside bars with NASDAQ. I mean, I got chopped bad. You can see it right in here. This was last night on my own stream. I got just chopped up. So, you know, new contracts, right? So the new contracts, the rollover, market's constantly changing. You got to adapt. You know, we're at 25,000 in NASDAQ. You got to size down. Sometimes, you know, when you used to be able, if you could get 100 points or even, I would say 50 points in NASDAQ, what, 3-4 years ago, it was like, holy cow, guys, you know, it's like, it's amazing. Now, you know, that's a 20-point scalp that we just took, 60 to 40. And then I took 77 to 97. That's 40 points right there. And then almost 50 points right, you know, with this scalp here. Actually, it is over 50 points. 21 to, yeah, so I can't do math, but yeah, you guys get the point. 50, 60 points, just like that. Just with a scalp, let alone like looking for an intraday swing where, you know, back in my day, you know, if you could catch 100-point move, it was like, woof. But, you know, where the market's going higher and higher, even with the Dow, you know, Dow's tricky, you know, very volatile, very, very leveraged too. You think, well, I can size up and trade the Dow. Well, think again. I mean, this can move against you. It's not as whipsaw-y, you know, you don't get the whipsaw back and forth like you do with NASDAQ, but man, you can make a lot of money, and it can also rip your face off if you're oversized. So I want to leave with that. Just kind of like when you're trading an account and you have, say, I have $2,300 in drawdown today. You don't want to place all your eggs in one trade where you don't want to spend all your bullets by hopping in one trade, being over leveraged, right? So let's just say you take this long, your stop goes below. You don't want to be 2 or 3 minis, right? Like, I can't give you financial advice, but like that's 60 points if you're trading off a 5-minute chart. So 60 points, you're in a few minis, your account's cooked if you get stopped out, and you're going to get stopped out. I don't care if you have a 90% win rate, you're going to get stopped out. So every once in a while. So anyways, guys, I'm going to leave it to that. Caught that 20-point banger. I'll see you guys tomorrow, right? Or I'll see you guys tonight on my own stream, 6 p.m. Eastern time. And let's give it up for Leo in the house. Leo. Peace, guys.
Second here. Good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? Happy Tuesday. We're back again on the Tuesday segments for this week. So lovely seeing all of you in chat. Thank you, Pine, for yet again another fantastic 30-minute segment on the stream here. Good morning, everybody. How are we doing? Good morning, sir. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, hello, everybody. Alrighty, well, jumping in, I'll say my highs, and at the same time, we'll also do a little bit of a trade recap here. We ended up taking a small 1.4R win right at the New York Open today. So green day for me currently. At the moment, I'm hands off the charts, but I do have a nice little recap for you guys for today as well. But good morning. Let's go, Leo. Pine Tree. What a great segment once again. It is true. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, guys. Remember, if you have a 50K account and you got $2,000 in drawdown, just compound it, man. It's going to really build the buffer. It's going to help you out a ton. But good morning. Let's go through it. Yeah, we're going to go through the trade in just a second here. Bonjour, Leo. We got some Frenchies in chat as well. Smooth. You guys are funny. Smooth voice guy. That's hilarious. Good morning. Good morning. How are we doing? Are we being intelligent, smart traders? Are we protecting our capital? How are we doing today, chat? How's everybody doing? Avi, good morning. Good morning. Fernando, Shahid, later. Howdy. Alrighty. Well, let's get into it, honestly, guys. Well, I'll say my hellos after this. That way we can get into some live trading. And also I want to get through my recap with you guys today as well. So without further ado, let's get into it now, right? First and foremost, this morning, New York AM session, what exactly happened? General trend on the higher time frame when we look at the hourly chart. What exactly do we notice about NQ within this hourly? Well, NQ, we had the gap here, the 6 o'clock open here with the Monday session moving into Tuesday's market. What exactly did we see occur? Well, now what we saw was a continued bullish trend. We see that since the Monday close into the Monday open around the 6 o'clock, with that gap up, it had sent market higher, where we actually ended up taking some of these internal draws on liquidity. Following this, and by following this, I mean the 8 o'clock candle, we saw a very, very, very expansive 8 a.m. hourly candle, which led to a closure above some of the previous highs, the previous hourly highs being the 7 o'clock and the 8 o'clock being 7 and 8 p.m. highs. This led to a bullish closure in that sense. So now with the 9 o'clock candle, one of the things I was looking to see with New York AM session was to see a bit of a retracement leg prior to then seeing an expansion. And as I mentioned on every single one of my streams, every single one of my Tuesday segments, how do I look for that? How exactly do I try to find whether or not we are going to see a retracement leg and then treat a retracement leg like a continuation? And we do that through SMT divergence. We do that through SMT divergence, and we also map out where we see manipulations occur in market. As you guys know, with New York AM session typically does lead to some manipulation leg. We see aggressive moves in price action, which causes a sweep out, which then we can detail and depict where market is going to move next. And so when it came to the New York AM session today, what I wanted to see, if I wanted to see a continuation, was a bearish manipulation followed by none other than a bullish distribution. So jumping in on the 15-minute time frame here as we approach the New York AM session, what exactly happens on the 15-minute time frame here? Well, handy dandy between NASDAQ and YM, what exactly did we notice? Well, we actually formed a major SMT divergence between both NASDAQ and YM. As we see, NQ here formed a lower low at the 9:15 candle, and then, formed a low and then formed a lower low at the 9:30 open, meaning a 9:30 manipulation leg. Following, YM here on the 9:15 formed a low and then formed a higher low, where we saw was the leading asset in this correlating pair, leading to this continuation series higher. But for myself here, when it came to YM at the New York Open, I know I'm going to get a couple questions from you guys saying, oh, why did you not take YM in this series? Well, at the 9:30, my entry signature was already given. We saw that market had already expanded quite a bit. We went from 47,562 all the way to 47,679. So over a 100-point move on YM already, which made it a little bit difficult for me to actually get in on this trade. And so instead, using this SMT divergence, what did I end up taking? I ended up watching for this manipulation leg to occur on NASDAQ and then took a continuation series by looking for an SMT confirmation. And so here we see the 9:16 candle formed a low, and then in comparison from NASDAQ to YM, NASDAQ formed a lower low that swept out the previous 15-minute candle, being the 9:15 to 9:30. And so this sweep out here formed a bullish SMT. And so now what could I anticipate? Well, what led to the move? It's this change in state of delivery up at these highs. So this change in state here on the 1 minute time frame, I watched for a closure above, which we confirmed it at the 9:31. And so I then ended up using my market order entry right at the close of this 1 minute candle, my stop at the low, and then targeted a 1.5R. I did sell out of this a little bit sooner, to be so honest, guys. I did take this for about a 1.3R, even though I was anticipating a 1.5. And that was just because I got out of the trade a little sooner than I anticipated. Could I have held it longer? Could I have held it to 2R? Yes, but also knowing myself, the second we started to see a little bit of this chop on the 1 minute is where I probably would have sold out of the trade a little earlier. So this was kind of the recap for me today. Another important detail with this trade too is that not only did we manipulate the previous 15-minute low, we also traced into this 3-minute fair value gap and also respected it. We got a failed closure below this fair value gap here. So when we see this failed closure below the fair value, causing it to be a respected fair value, a manipulation at the New York Open, and a confirmation of SMT through a change in state of delivery, this for me gives me a very high probability setup that market or institutions are ready to push price into the opposing direction. So if we see a bearish manipulation, what can we anticipate? We can anticipate a bullish distribution. So that was currently the trade that I ended up taking for today. And as of right now, I am hands off. No other major trades for me yet on the day. Literally just the New York AM session open. And that is kind of it. Now I'm just preserving my capital, preserving my win, seeing whether or not we can see some good setups for the rest of today. So currently that is what we're watching for. Just got to stay a little hydrated. We're feeling a little dehydrated this morning, guys. When it comes to now the commodities, we'll open up the silver chart here. I'm hands off on commodities at the moment. I wasn't too big of a fan of how the 1 minute was playing out this morning. 1 minute or 3 minute, we're a bit in the chop fest here. If we look at commodities, I'm not the biggest fan of what I'm seeing. We see that we're kind of in this wide range accumulation. We finally saw this very aggressive bearish manipulation, which is now a bullish manipulation, which has led to a bearish distribution with relatively weak strength. So I'm not the biggest fan. I got to be honest. With silver, I'm not the biggest fan. Also, gold is a correlating asset. Also, not seeing too much, right? If we just look at this 15-minute time frame, what exactly are we in right now? We're in a huge consolidation range. And reason being as well, for those of us that might forget, what do we have tomorrow, guys? PPI at 8:30. Fed interest rate, and none other than FOMC, with the Fed press conference being at the 2:30 p.m. window. So that's another thing to be careful for, which is why today I'm definitely more on the passive side of trading. I'm not really wanting to take anything super aggressive. I'm mostly just trying to preserve my capital. I also did take relatively lighter size on this NASDAQ trade today, which puts me up about $680 on the day. But hey, I'll take it. I will 100% take it. But yeah, good morning, everybody. Just wanted to go through that little recap with all of you very quick. Just think it's important to always give you guys an idea for the types of trades I'm taking. As of right now, though, one thing that I do like about this chart is the 15-minute time frame. Originally, I wasn't wanting to see as expansive of a move, but now we do still have some relevant draws that have not been swept out yet. We have this 15-minute high here that has not been swept out yet. And so one of the things we could actually see market do is currently the 15-minute is failing to inverse this this fair value gap. So we have this big fair value gap that we failed to inverse at the moment. So if market decides to continue higher during the 11 o'clock and 10 o'clock window, a closure above this bearish candle could actually signal a 15-minute continuation signature on NASDAQ. So that's kind of what we're watching for right now. But anyways, how's everybody doing today, though? How's everybody's week of trading been? Have we been preserving our capital? Have we been identifying a proper entry model with proper risk? What's kind of been the verdict for everybody today? What's kind of been everybody's verdict? I'm really curious to know. How have we been this week? I think it's really nice to see how the chat is doing here as well. Loving me some good water this morning too, staying hydrated whilst we're trading. Also, at the moment, one thing to make note of is we are also forming a 15-minute SMT between NASDAQ and YM. See, YM's forming a lower high. NASDAQ actually just formed a higher high in this series. And so we do have a major SMT forming on the 15. So right now, based on this SMT, it's looking like we'll probably just see a bearish move or a continued move on this retracement. I'd like to see this fair value gap get inverse though. Hands off till rollover happens. Fantastic. W preserve my capital. Love to hear it. W guys, we're doing some good capital preservation. Very, very happy to hear it. So yeah, as of right now, we do have this 15-minute SMT forming. So I'm curious to see whether or not that leads to Yeah, we do have that 15-minute SMT forming quite aggressively between NAS and YM. Yeah, YM we see form the lower high, NASDAQ form the higher high here. So on this 1 minute, technically already did confirm it though. If we wanted to confirm the SMT, we want to see a closure below this change in state of delivery, which we already did. So here would have actually been a short signature we could have taken this morning right at around the 10:36 window. Stop at the protected high, target of 1.5. Yeah, very shallow SMT, but that did end up working here. Very small SMT confirmation. YM did just validate the SMT here as well. So it's looking like based on our higher time frame with the 15, we'll probably get a continuation move here. Yo, sometimes being too patient can hinder your trading. This is also true. There's a level of aggression that needs to be made, right? At the end of the day, you do need to be pulling the trigger when it comes to trades. This is 100% true. You literally get great setups past you, then you enter difficult trades. Exactly, right? That's the reality of markets. Is you also, to an extent, you just need to have the confidence in yourself to actually execute the trades. Seems odds are pretty good to win it. There we go. Do you still use Le Model? I do indeed. I use SMT confirmation. I also use Le Model, breaker and sistis all the time. All the time. I've just been appreciating continuation entries a lot more. They're slightly higher probability. So for myself, I've been taking more continuation entries, to be frank. But yeah, you are right, Raphael. It is true. I mean, when it comes to just general trading, if you're trying to get consistent, it's hard to be consistent if you're not taking trades, right? The reality is in markets, traders and the best traders are the ones that not only know how to limit themselves and limit how much they can trade, but it's also the same people that are able to actually execute trades, are actually able to hop on the charts and say, okay, this is a higher probability setup. I am going to take this trade. Or, hey, I'm really liking the way that this trade setup is forming. I'm going to take this trade, right? You can look at a trade setup. You can also paper trade many, many setups. But if you're not able to actually execute trades yourself, like click the buy and the sell button, it's a lot more difficult for you to be able to see your results of trading, because at that point, you're not trading probability. You're just trading skepticism in markets. Yeah, that was my mistake this morning. The longs were an easy setup. Definitely. That makes sense. Yeah, longs definitely were a really good read with that bearish manipulation into the bullish expansion. I was a big fan of that. Also, looking like we might actually get a confirmation for this 15-minute continuation sequence here. I don't think we'll get a closure below in the next 20 seconds, but kind of the framework, it's really big stop here. I would probably just use the low. But here, like targeting this relevant high, this isn't a bad idea. Not the worst idea. Only thing that has me a little sketched out is YM here is going to reject off of this 15-minute fair value here. Like we see here, we have this big 15-minute imbalance here. Failed closure. Okay, no closure above the 60 here on YM as well. So it's a waiting game for us. Got chopped eval to death today. What exactly happened, Ronnie? Were we oversizing or just over trading? What was the reality? Be transparent. I know that's a common issue. If you guys haven't already though, please feel free to like the stream. It'd be cool to see if we can hit the stream segment to 300 likes, because we're already at 258. So if we can, let's see if we can get the stream to 300 likes. It's a little ambitious, but Overtrading, that's the killer of many accounts. Overtrading is a big killer for many accounts. Yeah, as of right now though, I'm relatively hands off. My longs this morning played out, and I honestly am not looking at too much else. What I might do is, if we confirm this 15-minute trade, I'll most likely grab lighter size. I'll grab a couple micros on this, put my stop at the previous low, the 15-minute low, aka the 1030 low, and target up at these highs here, the 25, 178.75. Trading against the trade because of war. True. Also true. Yeah. Also oversizing, guys. Oversizing. Take your piece of the cake and run. If you want to really be consistent in markets, being super greedy for consistent wins or like consistent big wins is going to hurt you a lot more than it's going to help. Already done watching from starting. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. We'll see how this plays out on the 15. As of right now, though, there's really not too much special on this. We did confirm a continuation sequence on the new 30-minute. Actually, no, we did not. Retrace into here. Yeah, it's looking like we'll actually expand higher. We did pull into this 3-minute fair value gap here. And validated a continuation sequence on the new 30, but the previous 30 really didn't have too much movement there, so I'm not too sure what to expect. We'll see what happens. I'm not too sure what to expect here. I would like to see markets continue higher. We have this big 15-minute fair value gap, or this big, what is this, the 5-minute? The 15-minute fair value gap here, and then also this 3-minute. There's two aligning. Are you pure price action trader or use order flow also? I'm pure price action, Jay. Pure price action. Smash the likes. There we go. If you guys haven't already, smash the likes. We can get 300 on this segment. I'm pretty sure we can get 300 likes on this segment. We're 264. 264. Not bad. That's not bad. We're 36 away. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. I'm done for the day. 471 on one account and 774 on C key. There you go, Echo. There we go. That's all you need, right? So yeah, as of right now, though, I'd like to see this 15-minute confirmation. For me personally, I won't be entering a trade until I get that 15-minute confirmation on NASDAQ here. ES is kind of doing the very similar move to YM here, but we also did fail to inverse this fair value gap on the 15 as well. So this looks nice here too. Both of these confirmations about the SIST would give me higher probability that this is going to continue higher. So I'm a fan of what I'm seeing. Overtrade has happened when you enter a setup. Yeah. Exactly. Overtrading kills. I know, 280 plus watching and 260 likes. I know we can do it. Chat, if you guys are just arriving on the stream, you're just hopping out of the MyFunded segment, we are currently 32 likes away from 300 on the stream. I think before the end of my segment, it'd be awesome if you guys could get this to 300 likes on the segment. Just gonna say it. Just gonna say it. Also did form this major SMT with gold, but as of right now, I think commodities are just hands off. 4-hour profile looks a little yucky too. I mean, we're kind of just inside barring nonstop. We've been inside of Monday's range. Yeah, I mean, we legit have not left Monday's range yet. Wow. Impressive. Impressive. Yeah, even on Monday, 10 o'clock, we're still, yeah, Tuesday's just inside of Monday's range on commodities. So I'd like to see a sweep out. I mean, ideally, based on what I'm seeing, commodities look relatively weak, right? If we look at this higher time frame context on the 4-hour, it looks very bearish. We've got some lows that need to get taken out. We've got the 6 o'clock lows in mid-February. That's my next major draw right now, actually. So ideally, we'd like to see that get tested. So what does that look like for me? I mean, we want to scout an SMT divergence within this period, sweep out of the Monday high. If we can sweep out this 10 o'clock Monday high on gold and then lead to a retrace into this 4-hour fair value gap. Oh, this would be the ideal move here. Let me give you guys the vision, all right? So here we have Monday's high. This is Monday high range here at 10 o'clock. So I'll mark this out as the Monday high. So we'll do the Monday Monday high. Okay. When we see this Monday high form, what exactly do I want to scout? I want to see market do exactly as follows. We want to see market sweep out the Monday high, trace into the nearest imbalance where there's unfilled price, aka this 4-hour fair value gap, respect this 4-hour fair value gap, give us a closure below a change in state of delivery. Change in state of delivery would then validate a continuation sequence lower, and considering this higher time frame context, market is bearish. We've already taken out these major lows. We've taken out this low. We've taken out this low. Now the next relevant low becomes that mid-February low that I was just explaining to you guys. So honestly, what does that look like then? That's exactly what we're trying to see. Is we'd like to see market sweep out Monday high. So commodities give us a temporary bullish leg, sweep out Monday high, sweep into this fair value, get a bunch of unfilled price within this major gap that formed at the 2 p.m. Then confirm it with a change in state. Then we can anticipate that market is going to continue lower. NQ near the highs. Yeah, we're really just making, and in terms of in terms of indices too, indices for me I'm bullish on at the moment. We've just formed the wick of the 10 o'clock candle, so now I'm expecting a 10 a.m. expansion. Definitely expecting a 10 a.m. expansion. Also, if we look at the 4-hour time frame, one thing that I really like, and this is typically how I trade is with these time frames, is we look at the previous 4-hour low. 10 p.m. forms a low. What does the 2 a.m. do? aka London session, 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. sweeps out. We manipulate the low on this 4-hour. Since let's actually see if we have SMT with YM on the 4-hour. Okay, no SMT with YM, but still. We see here, this is kind of the framework. This is an ideal framework we're looking for. Form a low, 10 o'clock forms a low. 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. sweeps out the low. We manipulate the lows of the 10 p.m. 4-hour, okay? After we manipulate this, we see that market then expands higher, closes above the previous 4-hour range. This is a candle 2 framework. Candle 2 sweep, candle 2 closure. Candle 3 now does what? Candle 3 traces into the equilibrium of the previous 4-hour to form the wick. And so this 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., we see candle 3 opens. We retrace above the 50% of this equilibrium of the 4-hour candle, being the 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Once we form this wick, we then see that 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock expands higher. This is what gave me my bullish bias for the day on indices. Following that now, what exactly happens? Well, this is the C3 expansion. Now, this 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. becomes our next 4-hour expansion. What have we done now? We have now just formed the wick. And so for me, I can anticipate that market is going to continue higher until we reach these major draws on liquidity. The draws are clear. We have 2 very clear 4-hour draws on liquidity that we can watch market trace into. So because we have now formed the wick, I'm now anticipating a candle 4 expansion for the next 3 hours, a small, or maybe not so small, but I'm expecting an expansion into these highs here. Does that make sense? That's kind of what I'm watching for today. This, for me, is the ideal 4-hour framework. This is what I want to see if I'm scouting sweeps and also looking for expansions. This right here is exactly how we do it, right? Also, 274, we're 26 likes away from 300 on the stream. 300 likes on the stream, I know we can do it. Chat, does that make sense though? Kind of how I explain that analysis for general trend, right? We've scouted our clear draws. We've identified the higher time frame framework. All we're doing now is we're connecting it to a smaller time frame to depict where exactly we can see trend lie. Everything is risk management. If I went only risk management with the reason, exactly. Risk management is the key. Loud and clear. Thank you. Yeah, of course. So yeah, once again, now all I'm doing is I'm mapping it with these smaller time frame moves, like the 15-minute and the 1-minute. So if I want to scout and see this true move occur, we look for where there's an SMT divergence and we confirm it with those closures. So here we actually do have a major SMT forming, even between, yeah. We see that YM here form this low, formed a lower low here. So this is a 15-minute SMT forming. And then if we look at the same chart here, we see that NASDAQ has formed a higher low. So NASDAQ in this example, actually on the 15 has become the leading asset, is the stronger asset in this pair. YM is weaker. So I typically want to trade the leading asset, aka the stronger asset in this SMT pair, which is NASDAQ, because NASDAQ has not been artificially manipulated. We see that NASDAQ has formed a higher low now, whereas YM has formed a lower low. Very clean explanation. I love using the 4-hour expansion. 4-hour expansion is great. If you can learn the 4-hour expansion and connect it to a smaller time frame chart, like a 15-minute, 5, 3, or 1 minute entry, that will give you significantly higher probability trades. On average, how many trades do you take a week? Typically, I take about 1 to 2 trades a day. So multiply that by 5. I do anywhere between 6 to 10 trades a week. I'd say my average is middle of that. I'd say about 8 or 9 trades typically. It's rare that I take only 1 trade. Most of the time I take about 2 trades a day. Yeah. Hey, as Trevor said, chat, have you liked the stream? It really does help push the people. Guys, I'm telling you right now, liking the stream pushes MyFunded further on the YouTube side of things, helps us out, supports the channel, gets us close to hitting our 100K goal. Just telling you, it's worth it. It's worth it. Can you ask the market makers to reverse gold, please? Yeah, let me just quickly speak to them. Hey, market makers, let's just reverse gold. Or what we want, temporary bullish move, sweep out Monday high, then just dump. Win rate for me typically sits anywhere between like the 64 to 71% range. As of recently, it's been relatively higher because I've been trading less and focusing more on higher quality setups. So we're at like the higher 60, mid 70%, but most of the time it's about 60. Yeah, I'd say about 64 to 60, 68, 69%. I just like the stream. Thanks for the reminder. There we go. Trevor, thanks for the reminder. Sadly, I have the option of 1 like only. All good. So yeah, all we're doing now is just scouting this 15-minute. This is the only thing that I'm currently doing is I want to see what market will do, because we also, ES here also following NASDAQ. Well, we have 1 minute until this next 15-minute closure too. So I'm not sure what will happen here, but failed 15-minute closure, I'll probably just move to smaller time frame as of right now. But we see that we see some bullish intent, but market is just larger wicks, smaller candle bodies leads to a little bit of indecision. So for myself, it's looking like we'll probably just see a bit of a slower bullish pop for this candle 4 expansion, because candle 2 and candle 3, if we look at this 4-hour, were already extremely expansive based on this 4-hour profile. Very expansive C2, even more expansive C3. I mean, we literally went from candle 3 here went 323 points, which is nuts. And if we look at the candle 2 sweep up until the candle 3 high, 388 points of a move formed during less than 8 hours here. So that's quite a bit of a move in terms of NASDAQ today. And considering we have FOMC tomorrow, gives me less reason to believe that we'll probably see trend really get as aggressive, because market does need some time to retrace, recollect orders before market makers push price higher. Leo, what's your average RR? It's a great question. Average RR for me is typically around 1.6, 1.8 R. Typically, I always like to shoot for 1.5 to 2 R. Depends on what trade I'm taking, whether I'm taking a candle 2 sweep or if I'm taking continuation sequences. But for myself, what I look for is, I'd say average is around the 1.6. I need to look at my journal and actually do the calculation, but I'd say about that, about like a 1.6 R. Let's go, chat. Winners in 5 minutes max. All right, so that was the closure of the 15-minute. That was the closure of the next 15-minute candle. No closure above here on NASDAQ, so we're waiting patiently. New York has been ultra choppy lately. Depends, yeah. Leah, how many times a week is there a 4-hour expansion trade? That's actually a hard question to answer, because sometimes you won't get a proper 4-hour framework. That's a great question, actually. Like a proper 4-hour expansion, I'd say about once or twice a week max. Typically not more than that. like a proper 4-hour framework like what we saw here, yeah, I'd say about once or twice a week max. Typically not much more than that. Because it's such a higher time frame, right? You only have 6 4-hour candles in a day. So you only have about 42 4-hour candles in the week. But you don't trade weekends either, right? So only about 30 realistically. So yeah. Yeah, currently that's what I want to see. I really want to see this expansion form. Waiting to see my name's on the list. But yeah, guys, if you haven't already, we have the giveaways going on in the MyFunded stream right now. So if you haven't already, like the stream, subscribe. Helps out MyFunded a lot. We hit 60,000 not long ago, and we're already at 60,800 subscribers in the MyFunded channel. So just saying. Gold here, honestly, remember, this is my vision here with gold. I want to see bullish move, sweep out Monday high, sweep into this fair value, fill out a bunch of these unfilled bearish orders, push price lower on commodities. I would love to see commodities go lower. Not a lot of insane 15-minute structure here, to be frank, but we are waiting patiently. We are waiting patiently. What timeframes do you usually enter a trade? For me, my most preferred timeframes are the 1 minute and the 3 minute. 5 minute is honestly just as good as the 3 minute, but I like the slightly smaller timeframes for confirmations or continuations because they validate a lot sooner. Never missing a MyFunded stream, even if my phone died. That's commitment, man. I love that. That is lovely to hear. 9 likes off. We have 302 of us in stream, 291 likes. Can we get 9 more likes? Let's get 9 more likes in the next few minutes. We can do it. In the next 1 minute, 9 people like the stream in the next minute. So yeah, as of right now though, guys, see how we don't want to enter, like, look at this 1 minute time frame, right? If you're trading this price action, I hate to say it, this is why you're blowing accounts. If you are trading this price action at the moment, this is the reason why you're blowing accounts. Market is clearly not ready to move higher. It's also not ready to move lower. We're just seeing a mass consolidation form. So in this is how you filter it out. The second you see indecision in market, just sit back. Lock your account for 15 minutes if you need to. Wait for price action to redo itself, to regain some more potential. Build some more buy orders or build some more sell orders. We want buyers or sellers to be active in market, to be an active trader. That is the reason when we consider ourselves active day traders, it's because we are following active price. If price is not active and we see consolidation, there is no reason for us to enter into a live market scenario because we are just entering a unalive session, to be frank, right? That's what consolidation is. Also, congrats to the winners as well. So we're waiting patiently, chat. We are waiting patiently. Yeah, the 15 here looks like if we get a failed closure with no closure above, I think this is just going to be an invalidation for the 15-minute expansion. So if that's the case, then I'll just be hands off until we retrace back into this 15-minute fair value and give me some type of an entry signature. Patience pays. That is true. Patience pays. Patience always pays. We're 1 like away now from 300. We're going to hit it. Let's go, baby. Love to see that. Absolutely love to see that. 1 like away. Let me refresh here. I think we might have done it. Oh, 299 still. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Congrats to the winners. Wow, we really are still 299. We can do it. 300. There we go. 300 likes. on the stream segment. There we go. I'm a happy camper now. We can sleep now, chat. We can sleep. So yeah, as of right now, looks like we're going to get a 15-minute invalidation. ES here is rejecting off of this fair value quite aggressively. So this is probably where we'll see failed move higher now. But see, we're scouting this properly. So failed in, yeah, this is going to be a failed inverse here on this fair value on ES. So looking like we're going to get weaker here. Also, one thing I didn't see was this SMT that formed. We have this 15-minute SMT forming as well. ES formed the higher high. NASDAQ formed a lower high here. So we actually did form the SMT. So it's looking like trend is definitely going to continue lower. Congrats to all the winners as well. Congrats. So yeah, looking like that's the case. Gold here is building some relative strength slowly, but we're getting some relative strength there. Let's see what happens. Nice retrace here into the 15-minute fair value gap on NASDAQ. ES is rejecting off the fair value as well. So it looks like we might just get the full continuation sequence lower here, or we might just fully reverse price. It's looking like bulls just aren't strong enough. We already had an expansive enough session. Bulls are tired. Bulls are tired. They need a break. They completely need a break right now. Bulls need a big break, it seems. They're retired. ES here. Let's get ES on the 1. ES on the 1 here. Confirm that SMT. There we go. 2-minute IFUG looks nice. Yeah, I was actually just looking at that. I have it open here on my laptop as well. Nice. There's that move. We had that SMT 15-minute was not confirmed. Rejection off the fair value. 15-minute closure here. Looking like price is going to reverse. Bulls were weak, guys. We already had a 360-point candle 2 and candle 3. So it looks like price action is finally, it's calling it wraps, man. It's ready to move on. Price is ready to reverse. Probably reverse into some of these major fair values now as well. There we go. Patience pays. Just got to say it. Patience pays. That's all we're doing. We're just waiting here. 15-minute SMT. That was confirmed. Wow. Price is now definitely getting weak. Yeah, that SMT led to a very strong. $10.45 here. Yeah, wow. We did confirm the SMT. Looks like we're going to get a closure on the SIST. That, Leo, are you French? Yes, I am. I am indeed. I am French. Yes, you're going to confirm this 15-minute here. Actually, wow. I'm liking this. SMT within the gap fill. That short signature looks really good. Missed the confirmation on that. That was beautiful. Oh my gosh. With NASDAQ here as well, had we, yeah, I totally didn't see that SMT that formed, but confirming this SMT divergence here, confirming this SMT divergence, you take a short signature, you put a limit on the retrace here back into the SIST, stop at the protected high, target down, you know, even the draws in this here. Wow, that was really solid. Completely missed that. Price is going to continue lower now, 100%. Big SMT, there we go. Gold's getting weaker now. Wow, wow, wow. Price, bulls were not there, guys. Where are you from? I'm from California, actually. I'm from California. Yes, you're getting super, super, super weak. Very weak on ES here. Ran up too fast pre-market. I know now we're just seeing the full bearish leg form now. On this 1 minute too, SMT confirmation led to a huge bearish leg. I totally missed that SMT on the 15 because that's an SMT in gap fill, and a couple of the times on my segment I've actually taken those type of trades in front of you all where I take the SMT within gap fill. So it's cool to see, but geez Louise. Thank you, Abby. I appreciate it. Waiting patiently, chat. That is what we're doing. Want to see what can happen, but it looks like price is going to continue lower. We confirm that 15 minute. It's just going to rip. It's already ripping lower. Price is already going. It's all by itself now. Bye, NASDAQ. Bye, yes. They're gone. Gonna run without us. We are waiting. Loving today. I'm happy to hear it. I'm very happy to hear it. As you should. During buying and selling, engage for lower rollover. Yep. Spot on. What you're watching for. I mean, yeah, we confirmed the SMT. Price still looks like it's going to continue lower. Now we have a clear draw as well. We have the 1017 draw, which we'll probably see price go into now. I'm just waiting here. Just going to be patient. That's the only thing I can do right now, right? Be as patient as I can. So, question for chat, right? In a live market scenario, in a live trading scenario, would you rather, I'm going to ask this question again because I know we have some new people in chat. Would you rather take one 5-hour trade a week, or would you rather, this can sound like a funny question, but I'm really, one 5-hour trade a week, that's all you do, or would you rather take 5 1-hour trades 5 times a week? So would you rather get the consistent 1-hour base hits every single day, or would you rather get one big 5-hour trade, 5-hour and above, we'll say 5-hour and above a week? I'm just curious to know. I know it sounds like a really funny question, but I'm just curious to know because I know 5 1-hour trades, because I know a lot of you really enjoy time on markets. Like you actually just enjoy the time on the charts. So I'm curious to know, would you rather take one big winning trade a week, just one big, and that's it, and you're off the charts? Or do you like being active in markets, and would you rather take 1 or 5 1-hour trades? Because I have my answer. I'm just curious to see chat. I see that we're all skewing towards the 5 1-hour. Just now, 47 votes here. Oh, okay. Okay, we're getting a little more balance. 5 times 1 hour. I need regular engagement every day for market. 5 1 hour, less stressful, but less accurate. Okay. Give me one big trade. My eyes hurt. Okay. Fair. We have 91 votes in this poll. I'm very curious. It's almost split dead even here. This is why I wanted to ask. I'm very curious because I know a lot of you like to be super engaged in markets and seeing these wins accumulate, where you see, you know, your consistent efforts and you get that 1 hour. But I also know a lot of you don't like to spend a lot of time on the charts. And so the 1 5-hour trade depends on win rate. True. Like I'm just saying in a theoretical that you won either once a week for 5 hour or once every day for 1 hour. The better question is that what is the win rate? I have to lose 3 times to get 5 hour. I'd rather win 1 hour. I'm just saying, like in a perfect market scenario, I like both if it has 100% win rate, right? we'll say 60% win rate. 60% win rate. 60% win rate. That might change some answers. Because for me personally, chat, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of taking one. I mean, even though I go consistent base hits, like in a realistic scenario, I'm more of a fan of quality over quantity. So if I was just able to take one really solid trade a week, that's what I would do. But I also do, it's a pretty 50-50. I'm also kind of asking this question for myself too, because I also enjoy the engaging side of market, being involved on a daily basis. Thank you, Abu. I appreciate it. As of right now, though, chat, look at this. See, market's just not really. Market's just hanging out. Market is just hanging out. We're just hanging out here with market. We're hanging out. You know, trend is our friend, but it's also just kind of doing its thing right now, and I'm all right with that. 1K then 5x. Yeah. As of right now, this New York session doesn't look super sharp. Getting a retracement now in the new 15-minute once again. Getting a whole bunch of shenanigans happening here. Yeah, so I see that most of us were actually a fan of the 5x1R trades 5 times a week. That's fair. That's fair. I can respect that. I can respect that. All right, the hourly here. No hourly SMT at these lows. What about YM? Still no hourly SMT at these lows here. I mean, we have this hourly SMT down here, but I was talking more with the new hourly open. Yeah, chat. I wish I could frame something for you guys, but for me, I think this is a good reason for me to just not be on the charts. We're not seeing a lot of super clear price action for myself, so I'm less keen on seeing whether or not this plays out. I'm very much so okay with this doing its thing and not getting involved in market at the moment. Living in Europe, I like starting trading like 2 hours before New York. I find it, especially the last hour before New York, to be really nice. This is true. All right, we are also pulling into. We're gonna fail to close this fair value as well here. We've got inversions everywhere, man. This is insane. They're just happening everywhere, chat. We can't even get rid of them. Look at this. Another fair value here we're rejecting off of. We're really not seeing a lot here. Yeah, I think Trump was speaking as well. One minute candle was most likely somebody speaking. aka the president. Yeah, I'm hands off on this. Hands off on this, chat. Chat, I also have another question for you guys. Now I'm very curious to know one more thing too, right? Because we all have, ambitions to become full-time traders. I think most of us in chat here, if not full-time traders, want to use trading as a way to get, side income on top of your main job. Now, my question for you is, if you were a full-time trader, what hobbies or what side job would you pick up as well? Like for myself, for those of you that don't know, I full-time trade. This is my full-time job. But like in a world where this is feasible, I'm a geek about marine biology. So I would totally do something like be a scuba diving instructor or work on like coral reef renewal. It sounds really niche, but genuinely, chat, at some point in my life, I will do that for a bit, just for fun. Also, quick reminder as well, if you guys do feel like you have what it takes and just want to be a guest or a host for the MyFundedTV channel, Make sure you guys hop in on it. Abby just put a link in the chat, so would not hesitate to fill out that form if you haven't already. It's a good opportunity to get involved with MyFunded as a host or a guest. Just saying. Link in chat. Abby did just host it. Go for it, Leo. Oh, I definitely will at some point. I'm just really curious to know, chat, like what would be, you're a full-time trader, what would you pick up? I'm doing farming and dairy as well as trading. That's awesome. Right? Like would you want to get like involved in vets? Would you want to be like a veterinarian, or would you want to be a basketball coach, or would you want to be a professional skydiver? Like I'm very curious to know on top of trading. Like if you on top of trading, what would be like your thing? Animal rescue, love that. Absolutely love that. I'm very curious to know though. Also, yeah, we're seeing a rejection off the 3-minute fair value gap here. Market is being sent lower yet again. Trend is indeed our friend, and trend is going. I'm very curious to know, because it's fun to see kind of all of us come from different backgrounds. We have different experiences, different hobbies, different interests. So I'm very curious to know what you guys would be interested in. Food blogger, technician. Ooh, okay. Technician. Train AI to do marketing. Very interesting. See, these are good responses. Good at programming, so working on a trading bot as well. Love it. Love it. These are some good responses. I'm a fan. Big fan of this. I was really just curious because I feel like I have some ambitions myself, things that I'd be really interested in getting involved with when it comes to the trading side. Right now, I would rather trade full-time than my job. Ideally, build passive income and long-term investments in my profits. Love that. What's up, Kappa? Welcome. Train AI to do marketing is really neat. Very manipulated market. I mean, here we're seeing, guys, there's really not, as I mentioned, this is a no. My ambition, oh, that's a good question. I'll answer that in just a sec. But yeah, just once again, guys, when it comes to actual charts here, there's really not a lot of opportunity to trade. Like we have these fair values. Yes, we're seeing trend continue lower, but in terms of placing yourself in this market, we're kind of wide range accumulation. NASDAQ showcasing a little bit more relative weakness. We have the clear draws, but as of right now, implementing yourself in this market near the end of New York AM session, it's not really the most feasible, right? I'm really not the biggest fan of this. Like this is the type of price action where I lock the charts and I'm off for the day type of thing, right? Thought ES was a gentleman. I know, right? You would think so. You would think so, but apparently not. Not seeing anything super crazy for me here. Yeah, if you guys haven't, smash the like on this stream. I know we're there's no active trading happening, but we did go through some higher time frame profiling for you guys, how we approach 4-hour profiling. And I did get a question in chat from before, how do we identify daily bias? Daily bias I use by using the daily time frame and the 4-hour time frame, right? Depict where liquidity has been swept and see where then the nearest liquidity is. Because if we see a sweep out of a previous low and we have an expansion form, we manipulate a low and we see an expansion like this form, where can we see market going to next? We can see the next following draw on liquidity on the higher time frame. That's going to yield the best results for us, is if we're very consistent with approaching how and where markets move by watching for these sweeps. Like the only reason today my bias was bullish on the day is we saw a 4-hour manipulation form followed by an expansion and a closure with that expansion, then retrace, and the following 4-hour being the 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. led to an expansion higher, right? And so these opportunities in markets, you reading the 4 hour really is what gives me most of my daily bias. Using the daily time frame is nice. Can't lie, the daily time frame recently for indices has been really crummy. So I just typically move to the 6 hour, the 4 hour, and see if I can find a bias within those. And that typically works very, very well for me personally. So 6 hour, 4 hour, watch for sweeps, see where the next major draws and liquidity lie. And that's how you can truly map out where and when to implement yourself in market. Gold here getting weaker now here on the hourly as well. We actually did sweep out. Yeah, bearish bias here on gold. Not a lot of sauce here, chat. Not a lot of sauce. A-okay. We'll see what happens. We do have about 3 minutes left in this segment here as well. So if you guys have any questions, comments, anything at all, don't hesitate to let me know. Would love to answer your guys' questions here. So please, by all means, throw some questions in chat. Entertain me. I'll entertain you as well. Any questions in regards to trading, personal, whatever it might be, would love to answer those before the end of my segment here. And then we have our amazing next segment happening as well. For those of you that are aware, our Tuesday segments typically, which we'll have, for today, we'll actually have Husk and Myth hopping on. So just saying. It's going to be a fun one. But yeah, as of right now, bit of a chop fest here, that's for sure. Definitely a bit of a chop fest happening. Like, look at the indecision here on the 15 and on the 5 and 3. I mean, it's just wonky. Price retrace in the fair value, fail inversion, tank. Bullish retrace back into the fair value, tank again. Definitely a chop fest. Definitely a chop fest. Yeah, be sure to check out the Twitter. If you guys want to see kind of more how I trade outside of the stream as well, don't hesitate to follow the Twitter. You'll see some good trade recaps, kind of where I trade and how I trade. If you're using AI for trading, how would you use it? I mean, honestly, just creating an algorithm based on my trading model, right? If I could genuinely just make a trading bot for how I trade, like I see the results, I see that I'm consistent, I'm making wins, I'm making profits from my trades and at a consistent rate, finding a way to actually automate that would be how I would use AI. Like, actually create my own algorithmic bot would be the best way. But yeah, guys, we do have about a minute left here on the segment. So about 40 seconds left, actually. So apologies for no trades. Honestly, no reason to apologize on my end either, because, you know, it's best. I hope that within these streams, I not only teach you guys good trading knowledge, but also teach you guys good psychological habits of hopping on and hopping off the charts, as well as knowing when to filter out higher versus lower probability days, right? I could obviously bore you guys with 1,000 different things to do, but at the end of the day, the most important thing is, can you protect your capital? Are you consistent with protecting your capital? And so I'll leave you guys on that note, but I am done just taking my one win on NASDAQ for the day and calling it a day here. But other than that, guys, end of my segment. Love you all so much. Thank you, MyFunded, for having me on these segments every Tuesday as per usual. But I will see you all in the next segment. Thank you all for tuning in again. And without further ado, Husk and Myth are hopping on. So let's have them in. Thank you, everybody. Have a great rest of your Tuesdays.
morning, Husk. What are you up to today?
Man, I think I spent all morning just trying to survive, man. I went into this morning price action because I knew this was rollover and Papa Powell speaks tomorrow. So like, okay, we got to survive. Can't blow up no evals. Can't blow up no funded. So it's all about staying safe today.
Little survival.
That was the plan all morning. Stay safe.
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I kind of did something similar. I mean, we're all green on every account. I'm actually still in a long over here from 25,000. Targeting that 144 area, just down to a runner, but that's off stream here. I am still looking for maybe a spot to re-enter. I think if we can close back above 25.50, I might take an opportunity to join in on some scalps there. We'll see.
Yeah, my bull bear line has been that 32 level, that previous day high that I have marked out on my screen. So
kind of holding that.
Yeah, that's where we've been kind of I've tried to short it. I've tried to long it. And, anytime it gets back above it or below it, I pretty much just cut my trade because, I just know there's any minute it could just shoot straight up or straight down. And I don't want to get caught in that big sell off.
Good morning, MMNQES. How's Max? Max is fine. He's pretty much the same as yesterday, just kind of, sleeping most of the day and getting medicated when he's not sleeping, that sort of thing. So. But he's fine. Bear Trader, who's the father and who's the son? That's what I want to know. Who's the father and who's the son?
I'm your father.
Dada.
I am a couple years old. Well, 2 years older than Methodical Man, I think.
Yeah, I think you're like three years older, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, 2 years and some months. Okay, 2 years. And some months.
Guys, the 25K Flex account is just $49. This is the lowest price ever. Use code YouTube. Existing users, you can pick it up for $77. Let's go. Promo was extended there. Husk is the father.
Come on, Sean.
Oh, come on, Sean. Alabama partners. I mean, could be. You never know. The beard says it all. Yeah.
At least give us the Georgia credit.
All right, here we go, guys. Pulling back here. I'm going to look for a little bounce spot maybe on the sweep here. I got stopped out over here on the other trade, unfortunately, but that's okay. Look for a little bounce spot down here. Form in the chat, guys. Forms in the chat. Let's hit it. Get in there.
Let's see. I got to bring my one chart up here. Shoot, that's all the way back. Never mind. Yeah. I might have a trade under that 25,000 there.
I'm going to take a little bounce here. A little bounce play. Not going to look for much.
Oh, so you're trying to take a long off the 25,000s. Okay, back up to the 25. How heavy are you going in?
I'm in 3 micros. I'm just going to look for the back into the 10 area. That's what we're going to look for.
I only like the shorts here. If we can print below the 25,000 and kind of wick back in it, kind of look at a little retest of the 25,000, or either that, or we need to get back above the 32 here.
So quick little scalp there for $45. 3 micros back up to the 10. Let's go. Right off the 25,000 level there. ES also at the VWAP. We've already tested the 25K level once. But the reason why I like that is because ES is at the VWAP as well. So you've got a little double confluence there. ES and the NASDAQ add a little support here. We do have that opening wick from 930 down there at 965. That also aligns with the VWAP. So I'm still bullish on the day, even though we are pulling back here. I think ultimately we go to 146, but doesn't mean you can't get some in.
All right, got the print below the 25.
The opening range, the pre-orb this morning did bang, guys. It did work. I didn't get the entire $400. Only got $250 because I realized that somehow I was oversized. I was only supposed to be in 4 micros and it put me in 5 or 7. I was in 7 micros. And so I was unwilling to let that come back. So I trailed my stop in. I probably should have just put a break even in hindsight, obviously. But so it did work today for the full 2R. Actually went 3R today, but so it's 1 for 2 this week. So if you took both yesterday and today, you should be green on the week on that. And remember, guys, you only need the pre-orb to win twice to make money. twice per week, and you make money. So, what up, Mystic Rick? How you doing? I have
So we are going to try the short below the 25,000.
All right, Husk is taking a short here. I mean, I like it down to the 965. Below that, I'm not a huge fan. The problem is you do have to fight that 975. So I don't know if your first target's above there or not.
No, we're just going to just aim for the 50. Kind of wait and see what happens with the 75 level, because you know that 75 retest, then back up to the whole number. Maybe try to do an add-in or something if we can hit the 75, push back into the 90s.
Yeah.
But
Did you go in 3 mics there or just 1?
3.
So you already hit the first target.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Looks good. Looks good. Anybody celebrating St. Patty's Day with a little, a little sauce? A little sauce. We also have initial balance there at 965 as well, guys. VWAP initial balance. Man, it just cut through that like hot knife through butter. It just went right through it.
Nice. Come on, 50. Give me the 50, love.
Could maybe take a little backdoor action here if we can kind of squeeze back above the VWAP.
Dude, we just wicked it. That's so dirty. I swear, man, the NASDAQ does that to me all the time. Okay. We got to at least take 20 points out of this in case it does pull back.
What is St. Patrick's Day? All right, let me utilize the Google because I have no idea. It's probably something I should know, but I have no idea. Yeah, Lucky Aces, 7 micros was the previous day, the previous day amount. But I updated it this morning. I guess somehow it put me back in that same position. What's St. Patty's Day? Anybody know?
Dude, you would think since we've been celebrating, I think since grade school, we would have an idea.
You don't know?
I know I don't.
I'm going to look.
All right. So the reason why I took my order to 75, I like to trade in between whole numbers. So a lot of times we'll hit those 50s and bounce back to 75. It's kind of what I was saying. If we hit 75, we could possibly bounce back up to the 25,000s.
So it's celebration of St. Patrick, who was a missionary who converted Ireland to Christianity. Yeah, there you go. This marks his death. There we are. I didn't know.
I didn't either.
I did not know. Yeah, that bounce there would be concerning. I actually would consider a long here on the recovery of the VWAP. I think that's a good spot to potentially stab long. I might do it with like a short stop here.
So what is that long entry? What is that off of?
We're at initial balance here, low.
Oh, initial balance. Okay.
And the VWAP.
Okay.
So I think I'm going to take a little. I think I might go 5 points here. Maybe something quick. I'm not in yet.
We're still holding for the 50 hit here.
You still might get the 50. We are at a key area here on the ES too, though. I just like to fade Husk, you know.
This has been like the first good trade all day. Like it's been so tough to try to find a trade all day.
One more push back up, close back inside this range here. I'm going to take it. It's just going to be 5 points, a real quick scalp. All right, I'm in here. I'm going to have my stop at the low.
Yeah, it looks
I'm just going to take a quick push up here, 975, and we're out. Let's go.
All right.
Easy
Runner
peasy.
got stopped out, guys.
Easy peasy. So the idea there for me on the bounce is just we're at the VWAP. ES is at a level of a support zone. 66 through 70 is your support zone. And then I just like that we held initial balance there. So just a little quick bounce. Just a quick bounce.
I feel if the 8690s holds, we could definitely get another push back down to the downside.
So, oh, let's go, Gabriel. Your high school's name was St. Patrick's High School. That's awesome.
Mark out the 86.
So, Lassifer still thinks we have high a day. I don't, Lassifer. I still think we're going higher. And in fact, we would have an A+ long setup here if we get a V shape back through this level. I still think we're going higher. I still believe in the 146. I still believe. What do you guys think? Do you guys think we're going lower or are we going higher? I know Husk said that he's bearish under 32.
Yeah, 32 is my bearish bull line. Bear bull line 32. We're also looking for 86 to hold up here too. If we can't get back through 86.90 area.
I mean, if we get a momentum candle through here, I'm going to 100% take this because we swept liquidity. We're in discount of the range. Obviously, we swept the open. We're delivering from a higher time frame fair value gap, 1 hour. Also, we're delivering from a 2-minute down here. So if we get a V shape, a nice boner candle, Holt smash boner candle back through this, then that's going to be a really good sign for the loans. Let's see. But I figure the market's everybody's probably going to be split or think we're going lower. Listen, I called we called the level yesterday. We thought we were going to the 508 or whatever it was, and we smashed that level at 3 o'clock yesterday. It just took a long time to get there. On that NVIDIA news, we smashed it, but who knows? Now, what would change my mind?
So 86 is still holding.
We're in this hourly gap right now. So if we get through this hourly gap, or if we start busting through this hourly and kind of get back below, say 930, then at that point, that would be pretty deep in that gap. And I would think I'd probably change my mind. So I'm not marrying the long bias, right? I'm just using it as an idea. So I just feel more comfortable taking the longs than I do the shorts, but it doesn't mean that that shorts won't work. For sure they can, and they will, as Husk just showed. You can be short and long at the same time and still make the money. Let's go.
I was waiting to see if we lose that 75 and get another push down, because we haven't ran that midnight opening candle.
Gold trades went really well last night, guys. I actually forgot to write down my wins last night. I went 4 for 4. So now we're 70 for 74. So we went 4 for 4 on gold last night. I did take a loss, but it wasn't because the trade actually lost. It was because I oversized and I was unable to give the trade the room that it needed. And yeah, for that reason, I took the loss on one account, but that's my fault. It's not the strategy. The trade actually still won. So
I was gonna say I didn't do that well on gold. I tried that one trade with the funded last night, and it just pretty much ended up being a break even. So
right, and I saw that trade, and I remember what you did. Do you remember what you did?
Yeah, I moved my stop.
He moved the stop to 5 points. The stop has to be 15.
Yeah.
Guess what? It only went 7 points in drawdown before it won.
Oh.
If he not moved his stop, he would have been good to go. Good to go. So it looks like everybody believes we're going to go lower, or 2/3 of the chat means we're going to believes we're going lower. You guys know what that means, right? If everybody thinks we're going lower,
go higher.
You already know where we're going. We're going up.
To me, I'm waiting to see if we break the 86.90s. That's kind of my level. See how we keep just kind of bouncing off of it here. So
the market makers think to themselves, they say, what would be the best way to wreck the most people? Let's just rip this thing 200 points higher. Why not? So can I show my trades? What are you talking about on gold? I can show the gold trades. Are you talking about gold? We can show it if I can find my chart.
I'd like to have you a little 5-minute inside bar here if you take those later in the day inside bars.
Oh, I have to get my chart pulled up for gold. For some reason, last night my charts went crazy. So,
did you try any mini trades last night on gold, or was it strictly all micros?
Well, yeah, that's why I blew that one account. I was
okay.
I was in a mini.
Okay.
And yeah, not that smart. Let's be honest. To be fair, though, it was on an account that I only had $400 in drawdown, and so the idea there is like either kind of, smash it or lose it. So that's what we did. We lost it. So if I'd taken the back door, we would not have lost it. So.
Yeah, I only did the one that you're talking about. It failed. Then rest of the night we were just kind of stuck on the micros. Is there a lot of gold traders in the lobby? Do most of you guys trade gold throughout the day, or is it just curious about it?
All right, guys, I'm about to take this long, because this is a decent candle.
Yeah, it's an inside 5-minute bar too, even though it's later in the day. But I'm just not sure where my 50 EMA is on my chart. I have that 50 EMA off my chart over here, so I'm not sure where that's at.
What time frame? The 5-minute?
Well, it's on Rico candles.
All right, I'm in 2 micros here. I'm going to scale 1 at kind of 19, I think. Actually,
Ooh, heavy.
we'll scale 1 at 10 points. So we'll go 1175. We'll sell 1 there, and then the second one we'll take up to the 32 level.
Okay, so you want to target the 32s. I want to get long into the 32s again, but man, I'm just, like I said, I got to put that 50 back on my chart because a lot of times we get some kind of resistance at that 50 EMA on the Rico candles. I'm not saying it won't get through there, but we do get resistance.
I don't know that we should be near the 50, but I'm not sure.
Well, not 50 on the 5 minutes. It's just whenever I'm watching Rico candles. Let's see.
The WeWap is in heavy longs too. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. First target acquired. First target acquired.
I'll put it on here real quick.
What I'm going to do, I'll have a hard stop kind of here. Because here's the thing. If we're truly bullish here, right, this candle that kind of bull run through here, this boner candle, we should not come back to the low of this candle. Normally, I would say a close back below. But in this scenario, I'm going to risk $40 with kind of a hard stop here. So,
all right, you see,
come back.
You see us pulling back. See, we just hit that 50. That 50 is sitting at the 07s. So we
have
just
the 21 on the 2 minute at the 10. So
yeah, okay. So it's probably roughly on the 2 minute kind of levels up with the 2 minute charts.
Yeah, the 21 on the 2 would probably be the 50 on the Rico. There'll be more forms, Harsh, the next segment. We already did the form for this segment. So, and right now the stop to break even will be 32.25. You could theoretically go break even at 20.25 as well. So we took 10 points out of this, so we're effectively risking $20 here. We've already taken 10 points. So
yeah,
if it hits our stop, it's $20.
I was going to say on the pullback, you want to look for the 90s to kind of hold up here, kind of like do that little 90 retest and they push back through.
Yeah. If not, we may just go back down. Maybe we just need one more manipulation leg lower before we decide to bounce, but we'll see what happens. And if we create a swing here, so if this candle closes below the high of this candle, my stop to break even will now come to here at the 13 level. So let's not panic. Let's let the trade work itself out, and we'll manage it accordingly. We're already out 10 points on the first, and see if we can't push this on up. Is Trump talking, Keegan?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm
not sure. Strong bounce on the WeWap. You're trying to make a trading view WeWap indicator where every time we bounce on the WeWap, you hear Tom say, "The WeWap." That'd be amazing. That'd be amazing. It was a nice bounce there. It was a nice bounce for sure. So,
all right, let's see if we get another print here. This is definitely an area I want to see hold for the longs. If you're in longs, you definitely want to see that. You don't really want to lose the 90s.
Yeah, like I said, this expansion candle, you would think if we're truly going to continue up, we shouldn't come back to the low of that candle. So that's why I just got my hard stop in. It looks like we might get stopped out. That's okay if we do. Let's see if it can give us a dirty close here. And maybe a dirty close would be good for the longs. It means where it comes close to inversing, but it doesn't. Yeah, that's a dirty close. Now my stop to break even is here because we created a new swing. So now that's where the stop to break even is.
Yeah, I'll try to long if we can get back above the 25,000s, but we'd have to get back above the 25,000s.
She's a squeezer.
The 90s held.
They did. We also just came into the lunchtime macro as well. Lunchtime macro. Pushing into the 25,000 there, kind of rejecting it pretty hard though. ES back to the VWAP 67.77. Going to have to smash through that VWAP over there on the ES to get this thing to go.
So did you take most of your entries this morning on the above the 32 level, or did you take the breakout this morning?
I was long from up higher, and then I averaged in level to level. Got my average all the way down to 25,000 and was looking for the 25,146. Was up almost 100 points on the trade and didn't take profit because I was down to the runner and then got stopped out break even. So
that's the opening, that
yes.
that breakout trade.
Oh, it wasn't the opening. That was a trade that I entered after the push up. I got in on a pullback on a little bull flag and just took it level to level. So
do a lot of you guys in the chat, a lot of you guys take the opening trade kind of like that early morning breakout, or do most of you guys just kind of sit on the sideline and wait for the market to kind of settle down?
And I'll show you guys the gold trades in just a moment. I just entered a trade here, so I didn't want to switch over to the gold chart when I didn't want to miss this trade, basically. So 25,013 is now the break-even spot. There we are. Stop to break even. Cannot lose. Well, I'm trying to go stop to break even here.
I'm going to keep my stop loss down there right above at the low of that previous candle. The only thing I don't like about this is the fact that this 5-minute candle doesn't have a wick on it. And a lot of times when you don't get a wick on the bottom of your candles, it likes to pull back and retest that.
Put in a 2-minute OB here as well. So your stop really is safest down here. So I got stopped out there, break even. That's okay. I mean, I managed the trade to my standards, to my model, right? That's what I managed the trade to. So I'm okay with that. If we could throw up Husk screen right quick, since he's still in the trade. We'll see how Husk is doing.
No. Where'd you say your order block was on the 2-minute?
Well, it's just right there. We just created it. So the low would be, I mean, it's a very weak one, but 985 would kind of be the bottom side.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of the order blocks when they're off like that, though. I prefer them to be like same size.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a weak one.
Yeah.
Let's see if Husk can get this push up. A little continuation. ES pop just did a little peekaboo above the VWAP there and then pulled back. We're up $287 now on this account. So we're approaching the $300 lockout level.
For us to continue higher, we're going to have to get back to the 06s.
Yeah, it looks like Husk is targeting the 15 on his first, and then he's going to try to leave a runner on beyond that.
Yeah, I got the runner all the way up there at the highs almost.
So I managed this trade according to the way that I'm supposed to, but I do have pretty good confidence in this thing pushing back up here. I think that we go higher. Again, I said that from the beginning. I think the draw is 146, or yeah, 146. So, and on that way back down, we really didn't displace all that much on the way back down. So I think we get above that 32, you're going to really see price kind of start to run. But we are in the lunchtime, so that could, that could change things a little bit. So
like I said, I was all in the long on this whenever we pulled back and retested the 90.
Guys, if you haven't already, let's hit that like button. Let's subscribe, all the things. We're almost at 61,000 subs over here on MyFundedFutures. Hit the subscribe button over there on Husk channel and my channel as well. Also follow us on Twitter. We will follow you back on X.
Thank you guys for the likes, subscribes, and follows.
So Husk looking for a little push up here. Kind of wicked right into a take profit there and then pulled back. You got to love it when that happens.
Dude, I feel like I've been like the wick master lately, man. Like, it is crazy the amount of times I've come within like a half a tick or 2 ticks from my take profit, and that thing just whips back on me. And you're just kind of like, ugh.
That was 1 tick right there. I just measured it.
So we got about 10 seconds left before a brand new 5-minute candle. So hopefully this next 5-minute candle can give us a little push.
We'll see what happens. I think you're good here as long as ES. I mean, ES really, if it gets above 77, we get a quick push. But man, it's that 5-minute candle brought a little twitchiness. Let's see, a little liquidity.
Yeah. Luckily, the 90 is still holding, guys. That, like I said, the 90 was kind of like my line in the sand. That 90, 86 area.
I think you're about to see a Hulk smash boner candle here.
Smash it.
Do we get it? Do we get it? A cartoon. Come on now. Vacation clinic, I guess. I don't know.
Vacation clinic.
Doing what we can.
Oh, my eyes.
Yeah, we pushed back. I mean, I like that we held the initial balance there. I think that we go here. The problem is we're coming into the top of the hour. We got lunchtime, right? So like when we say go,
Let me pull.
it's kind of relative to the time of day, you know?
Sorry. I was trying to pull fib on that whole leg and see what kind of. Do we have any Fibonacci users in the lobby? I'm a huge Fibonacci person. I love pulling fib on most of my legs. It looks like the 50% is going to be back there around that 32%.
Where's that?
Sitting at 21, 25, but most of the time you'll get that push up to like the 50 to 60% up into the 30s.
Yeah, the only thing about the fib that I don't know that I'm not a huge fan of is like it's very objective, right? So you're pulling the fib from that leg there. I probably would pull it from the high.
Oh, from 120.
Yeah, there's not a right or wrong way, I don't think. But like if you pull it from the high, then you're 50%. It's kind of right at that 32 line.
Yeah, I like to use it on the individual legs. I think it just depends on what you're looking for. Like if you're looking for the bigger move, I can see that. But most time I do that just whenever I'm looking for the smaller move. So for that, 10, 15 points.
Guys, the 50K rapid plan is just $97. That's a 38% discount with a profit split of 90-10 for new and existing accounts. Use code YouTube. Let's go. 2 uses per user. They extended the sale. It does expire now March 24th. Nice.
Nice.
So yeah, MyFundedFutures, that's what I do too as well. I usually look for the 50%. Although I had an indicator. Okay, yeah, here's my indicator. It is on here. It shows me the midpoint of the overall range. So right now we are still in premium of the overall range from like overnight.
So isn't that just a point of control?
I don't know. I don't know how point of control really works, to be honest. So
I know a lot of people use the point of control.
I'll take a moment since we're back on my chart for just a minute here. I'll take a moment to show you guys the trades from last night. So if you look, we opened up in here. So you had a ledge here, you had a ledge here, and you had a ledge here. These are obvious, right? Before the market even opened. So one of the trades that I took was we created, where's the one we created? Right here. So we created this one at open. So I did buy this. So this is where I got wrecked. You can see it pulled back. It pulled back 7.5 points and then it went to your target. So it did a little pullback and went. And I think Husk moved his stop on this candle here. So he entered there too. And on this push up, he moved his stop and it got him. But so that was a win on one of my accounts. And then obviously you can see here, we pulled back down to this level. That was a win on another account. And then this one right here was another win. So we created a little ledge there, bounced right away, created another little ledge here, bounced right away. So you can see, so that was the 4 trades on gold last night. Very easy to see last night. Did put you through a little bit of drawdown on that first one, but for the most part, it was nice, easy wins. You couldn't ask for much better there. And gold was very slow last night, very, very slow to open. So that first trade took over 30 minutes to get the win. I mean, that's a long time.
Dude, almost got stopped out. We're within like 2 points of my stop out right at that low.
Retesting that inversion there. Let's see if this thing can just get some momentum here. We can go. Now you guys can see this is the reason I go break even. This is the reason I don't stay in this trade, because I want expansion above here. I don't want to chop around. Chopping around is not a great sign. So we'll see. I want it to go so Husk can get the dub, but who knows? Guys, if you want to enter the X giveaway, share and repost the stream on X, tag at MyFundedFutures, and use hashtag MyFundedTV in your post. 1 share per day does get you into all 4 additional bonus giveaways. Winners are contacted via X and announced on the stream. So
new 5-minute candle. So it should kind of tell us a lot here if we're going to continue down. So like I said, this 1 5-minute candle did not have a wick on the bottom of it. And most of the time, if your candle doesn't have a wick on the bottom of it, it's going to rerun that candle.
And like, think about this. Like if you're bearish here, as a lot of you guys are, like we are putting in lower highs and lower lows, right? We are. So, what's the thing that I always talk about? Like if you're looking for a reversal, you really want to start with an SMT.
All right.
I think Husk just got stopped out.
Yeah, we got stopped out on a runner.
So start with an SMT and then you look for an entry from there. So we don't have that here. So we'll kind of we'll see kind of what happens. So whether we get another opportunity or not, we'll see. Again, we're still in premium of the overnight range. Also, we still have the gap down here, guys, down at 876. We still got the new day opening gap and the previous day close down there. Now, if we happen to get down into that 870 areas, you guys know what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be longing that previous day close down there. Let me show you. Previous day close will be in discount. It's sitting down there at 873.25. So, nice. But my general lean is we probably touch the midpoint of the range here, and maybe we get one more long opportunity. We'll see. We shall see.
I think I'm gonna wait for the pivot to get hit. I think that'd be probably my possible long. That'd be the 925s.
Now, if you are bearish here, if you're not already short, you can think about this from an idea of an initial balance play. So if we get a nice candle kind of close below the initial balance, because like I said, I like to think of these in both ways, right? In both directions. A nice full candle close below IB. We leave the midpoint there and then come back up and get a retest. You could enter short off that. 10-point stop, 10-point take profit just for a little scalp. I don't think that's reasonable because at that point in time, you're going to be losing initial balance. You'd be losing VWAP. You're still going to be in premium of the range, of the overall range. So you'd be fine, right? So we'll see. We'll see.
So are you just going to be sitting on the sidelines until we reach that previous day close? Or are you looking for anything out of that 15 minutes?
I mean, I could take an initial balance short. I'm not opposed.
Where's the initial balance short at? That's one level I don't have marked out for.
Well, it's just anybody. The 930 low right there, 966.
966?
Or 964 actually. So the idea is you take it with just with whatever size you want to take it, because it does have defined risk, because it's a 10-point stop loss and a 10-point take profit. So I'd be willing to take it with 2 micros here and go for $40 because that's going to get me to my. Actually, I can just take it with 1 micro because if it wins, it's going to get me to my daily goal. Because I'm at $287 in profit. The daily goal is $300.
So for anybody that's not aware of what the initial balance is, so what that is, that's the first hour into the market movement. So from 9:30 to 10:30, wherever the high of that candle is, that's your initial balance play.
Yeah, the high and the low.
Yeah.
The high and the low. How's everybody's P&L today? Type in the chat. Are you green? Are you red? Are you flat? You sitting on your hands?
Dude, we're pretty much back to break even. That trade that we just took the loss on pretty much put us back where we just pretty much started last night. We're like $4 in the red.
Hey, I call that a break-even day all day long, and there's nothing wrong with break-even. More than likely, we trap this level. I'm going to be honest. It's kind of my lean. Maybe we test that 930. Like I said, that's kind of my line in the sand for this hourly gap. I feel like we might trap that level, but man, that new day opening gap is a clean draw in liquidity. I mean, typically we like to run those, especially if we get within an earshot of them. And right now we're about 100 points away. So, Miss K's red. Oh no, Michael's green. Let's go. 604 accounts. I like it. Revin. Brian's green. Vignesh is green.
Trade looks like he lost his eval.
Queen Zara's green. Guarani is eval red. You lost it. Oh, that sucks.
Man, I feel fortunate to make it through the day without losing any evals or funded accounts. We try to keep every trade fairly small as far as just a few micros. So that way, if we did take a loss, it wasn't like too devastating. Then you have to try to get that back in this choppy price section.
Let's go. Hey, we got some winners in the chat, guys. Traders Mind HQ, you are the X winner. Congratulations. Google form winners, listen for your names right here. Divi Ashankalaya 99. Unk NXNN 999 337 Dominic, Mike Trader 13, Raul Duran 90. Are you guys present? You got however much time we give you. to speak now or forever forfeit your winnings.
Dude, come on, speak up. Collect the winners. How many winners are they giving out per?
We're doing 4 per segment and then
Okay.
1 through X per segment. So 5 winners per segment.
Nice.
Raul, congrats, man. Congrats. Dominic, let's go.
Congrats on the winners, guys.
You get all the rerolls if you aren't here. Let's go, Trevor. Nothing wrong with claiming the rerolls, right? Nothing wrong with it. So we just crossed over the top of the hour there, guys. Really didn't get a whole lot of action. Winners are all present. Let's go. Great job, guys. I'd like to see everybody present. It sucks to win and you're not here, and then we have to reroll. It's no fun. It's no fun for anybody. Zero fun. So yeah, now if you're not getting the X entries, guys, I don't know what you're doing. I mean, that's just an extra free entry every single day there. Can't complain about it. So, but you can see kind of like this pre-orb, right? We're at the top of the pre-orb as well. So you got a lot of support here. You got the VWAP, you got initial balance low, you got the pre-orb high, a lot of stuff right here holding us up. You got this nice support zone here on the ES. I do think it ultimately breaks through it, but I don't know how far down it goes. I'm not sure.
I know most days we usually make a run back to the midnight opening. I don't know if anybody follows the midnight opening here, but I've been following that for the last couple months, and it seems like the market always makes itself back to the midnight opening.
Where's
So
the
usually-
midnight open at today?
It's sitting down there at 790.
790. All right.
Yep.
So let's see here. If we get a full candle close here, and again, we leave this down here, then I will take this retest. It'll be a 10-point stop and a 10-point take profit. But this candle needs to close kind of full. I'm not liking how it... Come on, you got 7 seconds. Close full.
So did you enter there?
No, I'm waiting. I'm going to drop a limit.
Oh, okay. You're dropping an order. Now, are you dropping that off the initial balance or dropping that off the 25?
The initial balance.
Okay.
I don't like how that candle closed. I'm not a fan of that candle. So if I do take it here, it'll be backdoor.
So the 66 level will be the initial balance play. So basically what it is, like we used to take that quite a bit back in the day where we look for a retest of that initial balance later in the morning. And most of the time you'll continue higher. I prefer the pivot test kind of at the bottom range. Like we need to run this previously hour candle down at 920.
We are getting some wild candles here. Trump must be saying something.
That's right. Trump does those press conference every day. That's something I don't usually follow, so I couldn't horrible about.
He doesn't do them
those.
every. It's not every day, but yeah.
Okay. It seems like most days I hear somebody talking about it.
All right, I'm going to take the back door on the short here. It's not really a thing typically, but we'll see. All right, we're in. Needs to move quickly, otherwise we're just going to get stopped.
I'm going to wait and see if we get that 25 touch and see what happens with the pivots.
Yeah, we're going to get stopped most likely here. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, it's just one of those things, right? I risk the $20 and yeah. So just didn't want to give it to me. It really is not the greatest of setups. I like to see a full candle there, but I mean, I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
Unfortunately, guys, we may get one more day of just choppy price action. Tomorrow is a FOMC statement day for interest rate decisions. So we could get another morning of this type price action where you're just not getting good follow through. So you'll have to probably try to survive one more day.
I would actually think, I think the rest of the week's going to be just like this. I don't think you're going to get back into normal action until sometime middle of next week.
You think the full rollover week will have to take place before we get back to normal?
Yeah, it's kind of what I believe. So Monday, Tuesday, if you have like a no news Monday next week, then I would probably expect kind of the similar type of day. And then maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, we start getting into, you know, a little normalization. So
I know I'm trying to survive on my funded accounts. I have 2 fundeds that are about 9 trades away from payout. So we've been trying so hard to not overtrade those or stay away from, horrible price action. And boy, it's been tough. So we didn't even get a funded trade this morning. I think I tried it one-on-one funded and it ended up just being another break even. So it's definitely been a pretty much break even type trade day today. The only really red we have is on that one gold trade that we did last night. And I think we only lost like $26, $27 on it.
see, that's why you don't move the stop on that gold. You don't do it.
I know. Shoot, man, we're about to break the 25.
All right, that's a pretty good candle there.
I know. I like it back above the 500s and retest those 32s.
I'm measuring here for another short potentially because we could get an opportunity here, but I don't know. It does feel like it just trapped.
It looks like we got a nice little 5-minute trend line here. Just kind of need to see if we can get a little print outside of the trend line if you draw it on the 5 minutes.
Yeah, Dave, we had a big move overnight, big nice move, and then we're just kind of chopping intraday here. We're just kind of chopping.
We've got about 3 minutes left on the 5-minute candle.
I think if we can break through 25K here, I'll take a little stab just into the 10. We'll see.
So does anybody, are you not taking the 5-minute breakouts? Have you been watching that more lately or no? Have you been just staying?
Yeah, I watch the 5 minutes. When I see the trend line break, I smash it, but it just doesn't happen all that often. It's not been all that clean.
Mm.
Like even the 5 minutes a day doesn't look that clean.
Yeah, they don't really have those clean pullbacks. This is usually the type price action. Sometimes I will not really struggle, but it has a little bit harder to read. Whenever you get those big like candles out of nowhere, then you get those sideways consolidation where it's just constantly making those consolidation boxes. And to me, I always find that price action kind of the toughest to trade sometimes. All right, got about a minute left.
We're going to run back through 25K. We should squeeze into the 10, so I'm going to try it. We'll try it there and see if we can't get a quick squeeze into the 25,010.
I'm going to be patient, wait for us to see if we can get a print outside of the trend line first.
So
did you jump in already?
No, I got my limit order sitting.
Oh, you did a limit order? All
yeah.
right.
Yeah, so we closed above the 21. I mean, we should push through the 25K. We got some liquidity sitting up there at the 15. Got the 50 EMA up there at the 2510 as well. So I think we should get a nice quick run through there if we push back through 25K through the 2510s. Just looking for a little 10 points here, nothing crazy. But if it doesn't trigger me, it doesn't trigger. That's okay. We actually could take a short. We could take a short here too, because the short trigger will be 72.
What is the 72 level off of? Like, what is that short?
This would be off of the 21 EMA type.
Okay,
21 play.
Okay.
So basically, if we break through the 72, you would kind of target the low. Probably
Yeah. So we never did get the 5-minute trend line break. You can see we're kind of still just bouncing off that trend line.
And I'll probably throw stop into break even here at like the VWAP because I don't want to fight it. I want it to just cut right through there if it does trigger me here. So I'm just thinking of I'm overall bullish here, but I'm not going to bypass a short setup either if I see one. So we'll see. We're just looking for the $40, just 10 points. Let's see if we can get it if it tags us in. So basically, we made a new low, push back up into the 21 EMA, get back below the low of the previous candle. So that's all we're doing here. It's just kind of a little bit of a mechanical setup. I'm not in love with shorting into the VWAP, but, you know, it is what it is. We'll take it.
I don't think I could be in really for a short until I knew we could break below the 925s. So the gold line that you usually see on my charts are the pivots. I usually just transfer them from like trading view over to the charts, and I use the Fibonacci pivots. And so usually I like to short and long off those pivots. And so I really wouldn't now, because since we're kind of trapped in the middle. And a lot of times this is my long and short bias, is this gold line, this gold box you see on my screen. This is the 15-minute opening range that we see, like usually me and Methodical Man trade off a lot in the morning time.
All right, got tagged in there, just wicked in, and now it's ripping. So it's not a good sign.
So what was your entry? 72?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. You're looking for longs or shorts, you said? I might have missed
short.
Short, okay.
I mean, I was going to long back above 25,000. Now I'll just be stopped out above 25,000.
All right, so Methodical Man short from 72. And what are you targeting?
Just 10 points.
10 points, okay.
Just 10 points. And this is kind of a mechanical setup. You know, it's just one of those ones where bias doesn't really matter. Wicks off the 21 EMA, gets below the candle, the previous candle, and then you just take the short. But I ain't in love with the reaction here. But we'll give it a moment. We got the stop where it needs to be. This is definitely a negative R play, but that's okay.
Where's your stop loss?
25,001.
Oh.
So let's see. Yeah, I think, I don't know if Trump's still talking or not. I'm not sure. It's never a good sign when it just wicks you in like that. Literally didn't go through my, didn't go there at all. So if we eat the loss on this, it looks like we'll still be up about 140, 150 on the day.
I'm still waiting for this trend line break. If we get a print above the trend line, we'll try to long back up to the previous day high. That was the same play I was looking for a while ago, but we never did get the print. And we still got about 2 minutes. Well, no, he's still got about 2 minutes left on this 5-minute candle. So
let me see here. I'm trying to get this other chart pulled up. Feels like I'm going to get stopped, but
shoot, I thought it did. Did it not hit it? Nope. It hit that, what, 99? Yeah, there's nothing worse than watching your stop loss like just heading towards it. Like you see, oh man, look at this nice little push here. All right, so we did break our 5-minute trend line. So let's see if we can get actually a candle to print.
So stopped out there. What you going to do? You know, the long play is was obviously the play there, but that's all right. We play it how we play it. We took the trade. We accept the result. Nothing you can do.
Like I said, I like the longs since we printed out of here, but it can't be like super close to that previous day high. You need about 10 points leading up into that previous day high. You don't want to like try to get long at 25 or 20. Then you just get rejected at the 25,032.
Do got a wick up there at the 14s. I mean, it probably should run that.
So we got about 40 seconds left on this 5-minute candle.
Kind of pulling back there, back to the 25,000 level.
$30 seconds. So I'm probably going long above 25 here. If we get some kind of wick where it kind of wicks back down into like the 90s or so, or wicks into like the 2500s, because it'll kind of put us back above this big wick right here on the 5-minute. So we got about 10 seconds left.
Yes. Yeah, the annoying thing is the long idea actually played, but I took the short because it triggered first. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? So we're still green. That's all we can do. That's all we can do. So you're thinking if we get a close above 25, is that what you're looking for?
I'm looking for a pullback into that wick there at the 25s. You kind of want to see 25 hold.
Oh, you're talking about 25,000.
Yeah, 25,000. I'm sorry, 25,000.
I was thinking you were waiting for like the 25 level. That trend line on the 5 minute, the only thing I don't love about it is like it's pretty steep. It's kind of a steep one. Looks like we got some resistance up at 25,044 on the 5 minute chart of 25,045. We'll see if this we'll see if we can kind of pound our way through there. So you're kind of waiting for like a retest of the trend line down here, maybe a little.
No, I was just looking for it to kind of pull back anywhere between the 25,010 and the 25,000. And I tried to long off the 15. That way it gives me 10 points of leverage, like that 10 points of range. Because I don't really want to try to long like right into that previous day high where we've constantly have bounced off the 32s.
Oh, goodness. Phoenix Trader over there getting timed out, being a bad boy.
Uh-oh.
Being a bad boy. It'll get you every time.
And as long as 91 holds up here, we should be still good.
I did buy 25,000 and took it back to 25,010, so I got my money back there.
Okay, nice.
I was in 5 micros, so now we're up $340. So got the money back.
And plus that was a nice another little wick bounce there too. Got that big 5 minute wick there off the 25,000.
The WeWop said he wants to be next. He's wanting to be a bad boy. Guys, if you guys haven't already, let's hit that like button, subscribe if we're not yet subscribed. Remember, you get 30% off the Pro plan using code YouTube, 20% off the Rapid, and then the Flex for $49 or $77 if you're a current customer. All with code YouTube. Let's go. Feels like it might want to squeeze here. ES is still just rejecting the VWAP for now, though. There is a very small, like, internal range SMT here with the ES. I don't think it holds.
I haven't been watching the ES. Did the ES ever get away from the 93? I know you. I heard you talk about that 93 level multiple times today.
Yeah, it's at it's at 77, 76 area.
Oh, okay.
That's a really good wick off the 21 EMA there on the 5 minute. Should get some push here. Come on, hit it. Hit that target.
25. Show us some 25 love.
Only a few points away here. So why are you choosing a bigger target on this particular trade?
I just put it up there just kind of until I decide, see what happens with that 32 level. If I feel like we struggle with the 32, then I'll consider taking profit, whatever it does after it hits that level. Try to maximize the profit there, just in case we do push up and blast that 32. So we're about 50 seconds away from a brand new 5 minute candle. So when this next 5 minute candle prints, you really don't want to see it to break the lows down here, even if we do have to sit through another pullback.
Mr. Smith, we have no control over that. Come on, man. We got no control over that. Let's go, GC Victim. Took 4 trades in 2 days. All were positive with $13.98 profit. Oh, you breached today. That sucks. I didn't read the entire thing. I thought you were just slamming it over there.
Oh, we hit us a max drawdown for the day.
He blew it. Yeah. It's all right, though. It happens. The good thing about trading is, you can always reach in your pocket. That's a very similar thing that I like about poker, right? I can always reach in my pocket and pull out more money.
So since we added to that position, that took our entry back down to 2005. So now we have a little bit better entry. We're up 11 points.
Nice job. Yeah, the only time that's not true is if you reach into your pocket and you find lint. And then there's not much you can do.
Oh shoot.
Got a single print at 6763.75.
Bear
On
bull
the-
line for me would probably be down there below 96, 95. So we're going to take our stop loss back down to the 90s here. Really want to see it blast this 25,032.
Stuck in your thumb, you pulled out a plum.
What?
All right.
Oh, you.
Guys, we only got a few more minutes left here. About 4 minutes left in the day for us until Matt comes on here.
Thank you guys for the likes and subscribes today. Thank you guys for joining us every day.
NQ Diddy's trading the 25K flex is tricky. Was down 700, now down 500. Maybe just walk away. I mean, being down 500 leaves you 500 for tomorrow. Maybe just walk away, come back, refresh. Maybe price action offers you something very easy tomorrow. That's what I always talk about. Like if you're red, don't try to fight back to green.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, just put the account away. Come back tomorrow. There's going to be an easier trade tomorrow. And if not tomorrow, there's going to be an easier trade the next day. Right? Eventually, you'll get it.
That's how I've been trying to treat this week also, just to survive it without messing up our funded, staying either break even or small profit, not trying to over leverage.
I called Tom for the Tom Sabo guarantee, and he said, unfortunately, the market makers were split on the guarantee because we're on the rollover week here, so he couldn't offer us any insight. So nothing we could do. So nothing we could do there. As you guys are coming in from Rocket Scooter, please hit the like button and subscribe.
So
We do appreciate it.
if you're holding this long, if you get through the 32s, you may get a push up to they got equal highs, pretty much equal highs, almost sitting on the, well, no, I take that back. They ain't quite there. They're pretty close. We're about a point away at the 60s.
I don't know. I'm kind of a fan of this thing running higher, but you know, again, I think that you got to get through the 45s next, kind of like what you're talking about. And then from there, I think we can squeeze, but who really knows? It could take all afternoon for that to happen. We just don't know.
Yeah, we just need to go ahead and get that Papa Powell meeting over tomorrow. That way, hopefully we can get back to normal trading.
One thing about the 25K account, GC, very important to stick to 1 micro, 2 micros, maybe 3 with a very, very hard stop loss.
Yeah.
You cannot have sort of a mental stop with that type of drawdown, right? You need to start with the appropriate size. So take a starter trade, 1 micro, 20-point stop, 10, 15, 20-point take profit. This way it gives you much more opportunity. Let's say if you do get stopped out, then you can just reassess, either re-enter the trade at a better spot or decide to take a different location for your trade. You know what I mean? Thank you, Izzy Lizzy. May the luck of the Irish leprechauns bless you today on St. Patty's Day. Let's go. So,
St. Patty's Day.
But yeah, even on the 50K account, guys, you'll see me like I very rarely go more than 3 micros. If I'm in 5 micros, I'm kind of hitting my limit there, and you know I'm stopping out at $400, maybe $500 maximum, and that's with 2,000 of drawdown, right? Like I'm not entering a trade with huge size. We're going to start small. If it gives us the 10 points, the 15, the 20 points right off the rip, I just take those. I just take those dollars and walk away. Right? We don't. In trading that way, I'm making, you know, on average $300 a day on a single account. It's not like you can't make that kind of money. You can't.
Yeah, I stick to a hard 20 points on the 25Ks.
Thank you, Abhishek. Whoever's behind the scenes today, I don't know, Magnus, Trevor, Denny. I don't know who's there. Nate,
Guys,
potentially.
thanks for having me back today. I much appreciate it. And we will be back tomorrow with Methodical Man.
Yep, that's going to do it for us today, guys. If you're green, go touch some grass. But
Good luck the rest of the evening, guys.
We'll see you guys next time.
Welcome, Rocket School. Hello, friends. Oh my gosh, I need to stop doing this. I keep forgetting to share my screen. Hold on. Don't go anywhere. Welcome to the show, everybody. Don't forget to hit that like button and sub to the channel. Let's go. Everybody rock in the chat. I see it. Thank you so much. Y'all are so cool for being here with us every single day. MyFundedTV. I literally, I have a routine. I'm so good at doing it. And I sit here and I say that I'm ready, even though I forget to do that. So now you get the beautiful full spread screenage here. It's been quite a good day. Like I said, y'all missed yesterday. Remember, I got on the show. I was probably up like 10 or 15 something G's in the $1 million challenge account. By the end of the day, I popped out a 50K profit trade. Thank you, Jensen, and your $1 trillion NVIDIA comment. I got a blanket on, by the way. It's hella cold today. So I got like a heated blanket on. Feels so good. Man, you know what I'm talking about? Yesterday when we had that sort of announcement, we expect NVIDIA to do $1 trillion worth of whatever, and it popped. I was in a short of 10 contracts and it popped and I hit it with 40 and I made 50K on the way down. I was like, there's no way that that's moving the entire stock market. No, there's no way that's moving the entire stock market off of NVIDIA sales like that. Come on. Anyways, so I shorted it back down and then we're done. And then we woke up today to some really weird sort of unusually bullish market. I can only explain this in a couple places. Oh, form is out, by the way. Form in chat. Hit it up for the giveaway. Don't forget, get that form. Hit that form, guys. So my thought is like, we woke up to a couple of things. Number one, S&P, right? Last night, I didn't make any trades last night at all. S&P fell all the way to hedge pressure in the middle of the night and just bounced and rallied. When the European markets open, they've been rallying really quickly and sort of like breaking out of some of their lows. Let me pull up a chart that's really interesting. Hold on. DAX right here. Right here. So again, let me zoom in a little bit. This is this goes back to February. So just like our market, this is the DAX 30. This is basically the Dow Jones of Germany, right? Same kind of thing. 30 companies. It's an index, but it's basically like the major index gauge in Europe. There's a couple of them, like London has the FTSE, but we typically look at like all of Europe representative, mindset to reflect itself in the DAX market. So the DAX 30. So we go down here, or the Germany 30. I think isn't the DAX maybe like 40? I don't know if I thought it became 40. Let me double check this. How many stocks? It's always been the 30, but it expanded from 30 to 40 members in September 2020. See, I was right. It is 40. Okay. So anyways, this is the Germany 30, which is a CFD that tracks the DAX 40. And so, yeah, it is 40. Yeah, you guys are right. See, I knew it sounded right. Okay. So this morning, let me pull this up. So all morning long, right? This is basically last night when their market opened, and Europe has just been like pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. And our market kind of did the same thing, right? If you were to zoom out on like the month scale, you can see that their market looks a whole lot like ours. Let's zoom out a little further. Big old selling pressure from February through March, sold off really hard at the beginning of March. And then it's just sort of like on this like retracement kick. So what's going on? Well, Fed is tomorrow, and this is going to be an unusually volatile Fed. Don't sleep on tomorrow, even though the expected thing is going to happen. The expected thing of no rate cut. I'm going to tell you the violence that will break out as a result of the Fed's quarterly projection report is going to make this market stupidly violent. I'm telling you, there is such a transition from December's projections. We talked about this yesterday. I'm not going to revisit the whole thing, but December's projections that showed such a heavily bullish mindset for everybody, believing that all the data points are going to look better in this year. Like PCE was going down, inflation was going down in general. The PCE and core PCE would be going lower. That we thought that unemployment would be going down and GDP would be going up. And it turns out that the last couple of reads of the data since those December projections have showed the complete opposite. So when the Fed report comes out tomorrow, the quarterly report, the big one, the projections, the announcement isn't going to do anything. We're not getting a rate cut. You guys will know the answer to that. Go to the Fed Watch. It's about a 99.1% chance of no rate cut tomorrow. Okay. So then what's people going to freak out about? Well, it's when those projections come through. The projections are going to say something along the lines of, yeah, we were projecting things are going to be really, really good for 26, but now maybe not. If those projections come out being any worse than December, the market's going to freak out because we might not even get a rate cut this year with 3% PC inflation, when we're already kind of pricing in the fact we might get one. Now, that's not that big of a deal for the overall market. It's more like it's just the Fed would finally be confirming their outlook is painting extremely bearish conditions as well, right? So the minute that everything comes out, the market is going to be unusually volatile somewhere. It's not going to be like your standard Fed meeting. It's not going to be a day where the market just sort of plays around like it's nothing. If that data comes out really, really bullish still on the projection, I don't know how Wall Street's going to perceive that, because they're looking for any insight right now to be bullish. Obviously today with Germany rallying and of course our market just playing up in bull territory, everything today turned out to be hella bullish. Our bullish bear bias ratio is very bullish. We're above monthly hedge pressure, which by the way, we expire this month on Friday. So everything is very bullish. This morning on the charts, and the market just went up and up and up and up and up and now fell back to there. And I've actually been longing from this area. So I think that the way that everything's kind of like setting out to be is that we are in kind of a bull market to play out the rest of the day. And why? Maybe just people are getting out of the way of the Fed. Maybe they have kind of belief that the Fed is going to price in like that, or maybe we're just retracing to the middle so that it can absorb a lot of negative impact without crashing the market into Friday. You don't really want to see the market collapsing and crashing leading into monthly expiration already. And with some unusually volatile events coming down the pipeline, the war and everything, it just seems pretty normal that pre-Fed we're moving up a little bit, such that the bad news can be absorbed a little bit without breaking lows and going super illiquid. So I really think that explains a lot of today. Not that the Wall Street woke up super bullish. All the data still looks pretty bad and people are still trying to fade and sell this market. So whatever your belief is, on this, just remember tomorrow we got two ways to go. Either the projections turned more bullish or projections turned more bearish. And I think the market's going to trade tit for tat right on that specific read. So if the Fed says, well, we expect GDP to actually even go up further, it's probably going to rally really quick, but then maybe people might sell it off after a run. But it's going to move like I'm talking breaking ranges and going highs. If that data comes in confirming what Wall Street thinks, like that the market is doomed, and we've been trading up the last couple of days, it's going to slam right back down to meet Friday's close. So don't let tomorrow, I'll tell you, be the most violent Fed day of the year. There's no doubt about it. It's going to be something that I would say touching it or trading it in the moment is going to be a very rewarding experience for half of you and a very I wish I wouldn't have woken up today experience for the other half of you. So be very careful tomorrow. When in doubt, just leave it to Wall Street bigs to do that stuff and stay on the sideline. Don't even worry about it. I usually just wait. My projection is that whatever they say, the market conditions are bad. And I think that what I'm looking for is for it to come out and it pop and then people just sell it off. That's my thought. Oil to 95 you're thinking about? We've been bouncing around. We got as high as 96 this morning on oil. And again, oil's still going to keep pushing higher until this conflict sort of stabilizes. I don't see any downside for oil. As a matter of fact, I see it consolidating in a nice tight range in this 90s. And of course, as long as the conflict escalates, oil is still going to creep higher. So I think we can go as high as 120, maybe not higher than 150, but it just depends on how long this thing lasts. Oil can go pretty far. Like in today's dollars, the last oil rally in a Middle Eastern war, which is Afghanistan, Iraq, calls oil to go up to $240 by today's dollars. It's about $150 in 2008 dollars, which equivalent to $240 in today's dollars. So by that magnitude, if it was half as, half the power at 120 would be half the distance of what it did in 08. Couldn't enter the forum without 1 minute. And Oh, you're trying to enter the forum. Yeah, you got to enter those. You got to pay attention when you post those links. You got to get in on them, baby. Got to get in. You got to strike while the iron's hot. What am I looking for right here? Oh, here. I am currently engaged in some long trade runners from here at the bottom. So I basically bought, trimmed out, and then I'm just holding runners on this just in case it keeps rallying. I made 11,224 in the million challenge account. It was just 2 small trades today, nothing crazy. I'm referring to the afternoon time or the open, the afternoon time, Karan. So whenever it's 2 o'clock, before the press conference, and that press conference might be a little heavier hitting as well because people are going to grill Powell on that data. They're going to ask so many questions of how come you guys have such good projections on GDP, yet GDP growth has come out to be less than 1. Like we're almost going towards a negative growth. And I bet you tomorrow, again, you guys can quote me now. Just write this down. Like Matt said, they're going to be grilled tomorrow. Why were your projections December so optimistic, and why is the data so bad now? Did you change your mind now? What do you think now? They're going to grill his ass tomorrow on those December projections because they're absolutely wrong. Like the Fed got it wrong. And whether they see something we don't or we see something they don't, it's kind of going in the other direction. So and again, now there can be errors in the Fed's projection, but what I think the error is pretty simple. Powell's going to answer it like this, exactly like this. He's going to say, well, the projections are based on available data at the time. And what we didn't see was the impact on how much the tariffs were pricing into the retail side on the retail side of the economy. Like and it seems like over time, more and more effects of the tariffs are starting to show themselves and reflect in the data. So, in December, it was like, they probably said, well, we were seeing data that implied that companies weren't really passing data through, and then earnings went through. And then of course, companies showed really good earnings beats, yet people sold them off. So clearly, companies aren't going to beat earnings, so they're absorbing the tariff costs. Doesn't make any sense at all because those estimates were assuming the tariffs were baked in. Yet when the companies beat those estimates, it means tariffs weren't baked in. It means they were passing it through, and we just didn't see the effects until now. And he's going to say that tomorrow, and I'm predicting it now, which is my job as a trader, to predict whatever's going on, to make a prediction. So we are predictive machines here in the world of day trading. And so that's my goal, my target. It's that we're going to listen to that exact moment in time. We're going to listen to Powell have to defend their projection in December and address the fact that the economic data is not reflecting those projections. So they're going to just literally grill his ass tomorrow. So y'all be aware of that. The minute 2 o'clock happens, right when the announcement comes out, the market is going to fly because that's when those reports come out. And so at 2:30, the press conference comes out, and it's going to fly even further. But tomorrow is going to be highly unusual tomorrow. Yep. I'm checking my text. I checked it. Is it the beginning or the end of the current business cycle? There seems to be a poll in chat. Give that a vote. Let's go. It just feels very bullish today for whatever reason. And I've been wanting to maybe stab it again with some NASDAQ because it is holding, and it's holding very well with good data. I don't dislike the thought of it, but I'm just gonna let my prop accounts take the run today. Let the runners run. Let the riders ride. Okay. I'm doing a little work here. Give me a second. Where do I download my RAM? From Ramazon. That's actually pretty good. I don't even know where I came up with that. From Ramazon.com. We get some solid moves, kind of getting stressed with this up and down constantly. Yeah, I know. Dude, I mean, it's been like this since like October, man. This market's been garbo. You wouldn't download a car, would you? Oh God, those commercials about stealing music. You wouldn't download a car, would you? I mean, everybody was like, yeah. Of course I would. So somebody was asking about news trading. Okay, so when it comes to prop trading, right, you always have to read your prop firm's FAQ to determine can you trade during certain news events or not. Everybody has one, including MyFundedFutures. If you are a prop trader, make sure that you are reading that FAQ about news trading. Every prop firm has a different rule. Some of them don't care. Some of them care. Some of them say you can't make a trade plus or minus 5 minutes from that event. You can't make a trade plus or minus 1 minute from that event. You can't be in a trade into that event or you automatically blow up your account. Always be aware of whatever your prop rules are, wherever you're trading, everybody has one. So don't not know that. If I were to tell you in general, with all the prop firms out there, about half of them don't Ramazon.ram. Half of them don't let you news trade. Half of them don't let you news trade. So make sure that you're in the clear and you follow the rules during that time. Don't go out there and accidentally blow up your stuff because you didn't know the rule. You with 4 gigabytes crying. No way. You have 4 gigs? How's it even possible? Unless your computer is like 20 years old. These days, even the most basic computer should come out with like 8, I would say. Somebody send this boy some RAM. Yeah. You're sitting with 16 gigs, RIP upgrades, 1024. Is it an i3? It's old and working. That you got, which, hey, as long as it does the job, that's all that matters. 4 gigs would be like old, as in like it's probably at least 10 or 15 years old. That's old. That's like the 4 gig era, the 2010s. Probably in the last 10 years, most laptops standard with 8. These days, 8 to 16 you'll get. I mean, you want me to flex on you guys? You ready to flex? Hold on. You want to see a flex? Listen to you. Hold on. You got 8. You got 4. I got 96. This is my Rolex, baby. This is absolute overkill, but 96. I'm just saying. My Ramlex, you know what I'm saying? I go to the bar, I roll up my sleeves, I just sit there. Girls come out and they go, "Hey, what's up?" You're like, "How much RAM you got?" "I got more than you need, baby." "Yeah?" "Well, just tell me, show me." Hold on. CPU-Z. Check it out. You want to whip it out? 96 gigs. She's like, "You're lying. Nobody has that kind of money." Right here. Put it on a neck chain. That's like that. That'd be like the new hip hop statement, to have a chain with like RAM sticks just dangling. There you go. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it, dude. That'll get everybody at the club. Come dance with you. Yeah, this was my like emergency build when my last computer fried. I went and got an AMD for the first time in a long time. I got the 9950, which was with a gold plated heat sink with diamonds stuck on the chips. Like your RAM has a grill on it, you know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I'm starting a new trend here. Stuff your RAM stick in your pants, it'll get all the things you guys say, man. I'm telling you, this is a professional environment. Like, how dare you guys have non-G rated commentary? No, not allowed. This is Wall Street, guys. None of that. You haven't iced out your PC. Check out my RAM. Like each of the chips on the stick has like a diamond in it. It looks like a grill. Do I use volume profile, Fabian? No, I don't. I use Rocket Scooter, which is an advanced version of that. We use options to forecast high volume pivots, which is better than a volume profile, but it's the same concept. I do like this new computer though. The 9950 is working really well. I had a 13th gen Intel. I got a 14900 or whatever it was. I can't remember. 13 or 14, whichever last gen it was. And then it fried up. And then actually it was a 12900, I think. And then it just died. And then I never went back. I switched to AMD, never went back. Paul Logan is PC iced out. That's right. Well, he'll have his RAM sitting sideways on his chain. You know what I'm saying? Sitting sideways. I'll show myself out. I had lunch with Paul Wall one time, by the way. Tex-Mex. If you get that joke, you're a true Houstonian. Gold being muted versus EPS growth trend line has somewhat positive correlation. You're going to see oil and the index sort of inversely correlating right now just because of the war. It's like the prospect of war is getting worse. People are shifting more to commodities. Prospect of war getting less. People shifting away from commodities. How do I place yourself in that frame and stream as well as charts? You're talking about like how I designed the stream here? Oh, the geniuses at MyFundedFutures put that together. I don't know how they do it. I just show up and push the buttons. When I make it to 1 million, can I give you some RAM? I don't know. There's not enough to go around. If I'm buying RAM with it, that'll eat it all up pretty quick. You're looking at it now, both moving in the same direction. Oh, you're talking about on the shorter time frame. Okay, yeah. So in the shorter time frame, it's going to be kind of noisy, I would say. I think right now everything is sort of like, I mean, if you look overall, let me put my glasses here. Today everything was up. Yeah, and oil and the index don't really correlate most of the time. Here's a way you can find that out. But and sometimes you'll see that they do have like a correlation together when people are rotating from one to the other. There's a cool little table that I like to use. MRCI correlations. You can just Google that. And it's a really cool chart that you can intermarket correlations. And it looks at the different futures contracts daily close. And it looks at like if one was green and the other was red, it'd have an inverse correlation, a negative. If one was green, the other was green, then it would have a positive correlation. And then they have just like colors to let you know. You can see like how oil and the index sort of relate. So here's an example. This is the index right here. And this is index. And this is the, this is oil and this is the index. So you can see that like over a 180-day window, there is a slight inverse correlation of, it's a scale of minus 100 to 100. So slightly less than 0 means slightly inversely correlated, right? But on the shorter term, you can see that if I click like 120 days, it goes even. Look at this. In the last 6 months, it's a very sharp inverse correlation. It's almost 50 between the NASDAQ and oil. If I go 90 days, it's 54. If I go 60 days, it's 63. You see that? If I go 30 days out, I mean, dude, look how it goes almost to the 90s. So when you see that there's a war, that's actually a very good example of this concept. When there is a war, you can see direct impact of people just rushing into oil, dumping stocks to buy oil. That's what that's telling you. Since the Iran thing, it's gone up pretty quickly. So the general consensus is that when you have a war in the Middle East or something, people are actually dumping stock in the short term to chase the oil, right? And you see one go down and the other go up. And so in the longer term, you see that there's like not really much of a correlation. It's almost like it's slightly inverse, but that's just the general nature of commodities and equities. People jump into commodities when they're hot, sometimes speculatively, people get out of stocks to do it. Not necessarily do they correlate. And this is kind of like when it's at zero, there's almost no correlation. When I say slightly inversely correlated, this is practically no correlation. It just kind of just floats around non-correlated. So in the shorter, in the longer term of things, oil doesn't correlate with the index. It's completely independent. That's what this tells you, longer term. Shorter term, it's inverse. So what you're noticing today can just be an effect of today. The war, fears are still there. The heaviness of that is still there. They're still trading that way. But I would say that is there like a direct reason they would correlate? It has to do with people buying one and selling the other. Not necessarily they're connected, yeah. Today, they're moving both in the same direction, which is a good observation that you have. I agree 100%. They're both growing today. And for whatever reason it is, it's probably just because of this day not having any real movers. And it's not really like, let me kind of like detail this. Oil is still slightly up today, right? Even though it's still sort of trading down while the index is trading up in our sesh. Like in our sesh, the index has been, like in the shorter term, you can see that the index is still trading up today, and oil, since Europe is open, is still trading down. It has that same inverse trajectory on the time that matters. European markets have opened, oil's been selling off. European markets have opened, the index has been going up. So it's still doing that. Just the day, right? A lot of this has to do with, just the randomness of things. Even though oil's slightly up, most of its overnight could have just been some kind of random fluke, but it's still selling while people are buying this. So people are like, you're seeing rotation from one into the other. I wouldn't think that in general, like tick for tick, I would really dive in super closely to a short. That's just me though. I wouldn't look like tick for tick to say, like, yeah, for a hot minute, they may be correlating with each other, but it's mostly noise, I would say in general. At least from my observations, but that's all I usually say. But yeah, great question. Earnings growth, somebody said the S&P was 13% accelerating, whereas it was declarating and entertaining negative territory during prior oil spikes long ES. Reading what else you're saying. Forward earnings not being muted, blah, 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 long SPX. Yeah. I'm reading what you're saying. Yeah, I'll just say that, like, I started off as an oil trader, and I used to just remember that one of my first things I tried to do was like look at the stock market. If the stock market's selling off, maybe oil will sell off with it. Unless there was some kind of event causing oil prices to move, they had no correlation. You would see the oil would independently move, and that's just years of sticking with it. And the times they do have a correlation, it's typically inversely, and it's usually in a time like this where money is leaving one and going to the other. No, they're absolutely not correlated. There's no reason that they would have a correlation. Like your 401k has not got oil as part of its portfolio. You know what I'm saying? They're just diversifying in stocks. So like money managers in the world aren't necessarily filtering commodities into their growth strategy. Some of them might, but like you guys that all have 401ks, you're just buying stock. It's all ETF and stock. They're not out there hedging oil or trading oil with it, Coincidence doesn't necessarily imply correlation though. Like as an investment strategy, you have to think like, why would somebody have a motivation to buy one and the other to go with it? typically commodities or, you know, but like I said, that's just my experience with oil. The correlation tables, if you look at them long enough, you'll notice that that's where I learned how to use those things. The oil just sort of on average ignores everything else. Most commodities do, though. If you check any commodities chart, they're going to basically be driven by their own catalysts, despite the economy could be crashing. And oil is not going to crash with it just because its economy's crashing. It's going to crash on its own supply and demand more than anything. I've noticed from my time with it. But I think like the more that you try to see patterns in that, it might on occasion line up. But as far as like historically, I've never really seen evidence to suggest trading along thoughts like, okay, maybe they're going to trade together, whatever. They don't believe CL is sustainable at high prices. Well, yeah, that's another thing. Is like commodities don't rally. I think people look at commodities like a stock. A stock always rallies for two reasons, right? Number one is there's always more buyers and sellers in the stock market, period. More longs than shorts against the market. On the non-dealer side, there's always more people buying stock than there is trying to short stock. So because there's more buyers and sellers, there's a natural trajectory upward. But because inflation also inflates the price at which something is sold, companies report greater and greater and greater and greater earnings with the same sales just because of 2% of inflation. If you sold 1 million cups of coffee year A at $1 a piece, and you sold 1 million cups of coffee a year B at $1.02, you still made $20,000 extra on paper just due to inflation. So because earnings go up naturally, even with no company growth because of inflation, it would make sense that stock prices would also inflate at 2%, which is why your equities index curve is exponential, because it's compounding. That's any solution from, a compounding first order differential equation will have that sort of push to it as well. It's compounding on itself. It means it's growing at 2% growth rate. So you're going to see stocks always grow because the value, they're valued based on what they sell. But oil is not valued based on what it sells. Oil has nothing to do with like that. Oil doesn't naturally inflate. When it moves on an accelerated pace due to inflation. But oil prices are, again, matched by the supply and demand. Now, prices will go up due to inflation a little bit, but you can look at an oil chart over time, and it doesn't experience the same parabolic growth that a stock chart will have. And I've always looked at oil this sort of way, because when I trade it, when oil moves, it moves parabolically. But like oil just sitting there over the history of forever doesn't have that parabolic growth that the stock market has. Here's oil since 1985. It doesn't look like it, when it grows parabolic, but left on its own, it's just sort of like, you see what I'm saying? It's almost like it's linearly raised a little bit. There's a little bit of it, but if you put the SPX chart next to it, right, you're gonna see a whole different sort of ball game. And actually, this is the log scale. Let me get it on the parabolic. It's like over time, inflation just works its way into the top 500 companies. And I think a lot of people think that commodities do the same thing. This is a lesson for everybody, not just the person that's talking about it. But what happens is people trade commodities like they're going to move like the stock market, like they always go up. Like it's time for gold to rally, guys. Gold's hit a dip. It's time to rally. Commodities don't really work like that. When they move, they can move parabolically, but they don't necessarily just... Now, gold is different because it does price in inflation a little closer, because, it's related to money a lot different, but you can hold up like any sort of commodity. And it's like, I've seen a lot of people incorrectly just say, here's nat gas, right? That commodities are just going to rally because they have to. Nat gas is a prime example of how much the market doesn't care about. The demand for natural gas is what causes the prices to be what they are. Even with 30 years of inflation, nat gas is still $3, just like it was 30 years ago, right? So some things like this don't necessarily have any trending to them. They're just very dependent on basically the weather. Like nat gas and heating oil, which is HO, they trend with weather patterns, right? In HO, it's more likely that as global warming warms up the planet, you might just see heating oil naturally become less and less needed as time goes by. Now, of course, heating oil or kerosene is used for other things like such as jet fuel, like the demand for it goes up because we need more and more and more of it. But also it's a big component of like heating. And so, you know, at least in the past, people use it to heat their homes with more often than they do now. But you see, there's just not like a parabolic growth like you see in the stock market. So I always try to tell people to be very careful with commodities. Like oil's dipped, it's time to buy the dip. Oil doesn't want to go up. Only if the demand exceeds the supply does it want to go up. And so, you know, since I was a kid, you know, oil prices, now this is again like the 80s and 90s and whatever, they've been sort of, you know, when they do grow, they grow pretty rapidly, but that's just because the nature of squeezing out shorts causes the parabolic growth. On its own, oil has only kind of gone up due to inflation. The demand for oil per person hasn't really gone up. The overall demand growth has actually been peaking since the mid 2000s. So the demand growth is actually slowing down. Even though demand is going up, the demand growth is no longer there. So oil's sort of like stabilizing. And in our lifetime, it's going to do this, I feel like. Anyways, long story short, when I was trading oil, I would spend a lot of time trying to find correlations between it and the stock market. And I found out the more that I tried to do that, the more I was just like sort of trying too hard, I guess. Do I want to short this? Or do I want to close my runners for profit? What do I want to do here? Do I want to close those runners for profit? Let me close a little bit of it down. Oops. 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 That's the wrong thing. What the heck was I trading this in? Okay. Oh, I was trading on the other contract. That's why. Don't talk about your HO. Yeah. So years of trading commodities. I'll tell you guys what I found out. That's part of my boot camp when I teach about commodities too, is that you're going to notice that I always see people trying to draw like head and shoulders on an oil chart and stuff. And when I see that, I just get a little like, because stocks tend to follow some mathematical patterning. You can see that stocks inflate at a 2% rate. So you can always build that into any kind of like prediction model, but you never see commodities do that. And there's a very real reason for that, you know? So I found out that I don't know if it's famous or infamous, but I'm the guy that says commodities don't trend. Like that's my first teach when I teach people about futures is stocks trend and commodities don't. There's no trend. It has no natural desire to do anything. Stock market goes up 2% a year at minimum, just due to inflation. Whether it is going up or down, it's still going to inflate 2% on top of whatever it's doing. So stocks have a growth to them that's just a natural buoyancy to the market. The market just floating higher. Commodities, when left on their own, they stay where they are. They only move when they're very dependent on supply and demand of that one thing, which is typically very sensitive to so much. Oil is sensitive to, like right now, there's a war with oil producing countries bombing each other. You know, it becomes one oil producing country. And like the market's very sensitive to that because any disruption to the supply is or disruption to shipping lanes or threats of that can cause rapid changes. But the idea is that when a war is present, as I've learned, it's just like when gold was in a frenzy. People were selling their stocks to buy gold back in December. People are selling stocks right now to jump in on oil. Like there's hedge funds speculatively just jumping in on one because they're gonna trade what's hot because it promises the faster growth at this short period of time. The example being that, you know, if stocks are growing maybe 2% a year, maybe not with bad economic data, but hey, oil might go 40% in a quarter. Let's buy some oil until the war is over. And hedge funds out there are thinking the same thing. Like, let's just jump in on oil until they have a ceasefire, then we'll dump everything. Nobody out there is going to be betting against oil if there's a war going on with Iran. That thing could last for years. You never know. But until that thing is over, and as long as things are escalating, every hedge fund in town is going to buy every dip they can on this because the move can be so rapid in commodities. When commodities are hot, people are going to dump the best stock in the world to jump in on the quickest trend they can find. I've seen it happen as an oil trader. Imagine being short oil as a newbie oil trader, not knowing as much as I did now, and watching the stock market sell off. And I'm like, oh boy, stock market's crashing. Maybe my oil will crash with it. Hoo-hoo. And then oil continues to rally higher. And you're like, what the heck? Well, you know, people are, you know, selling their stock to buy the oil, right? So I've always noticed the correlation on the longer term, even though it was closer to zero, it was always slightly negative. They never correlated together, even a longer period of time. So you never saw like oil go up and S&P go up. Even on the 180-day chart, it was slightly inverse. And that's just, you know, that's the nature of a lot of commodities. I wouldn't call it a correlation, but it definitely doesn't positively correlate. If anything, it's slightly negative at all times. Yeah. So if you're going to short the CL spread, like I said, there's a time to short oil, but the time to short oil, from my opinion, is the moment they announce a ceasefire. Oil will collapse. There's no reason for it to stay elevated. So my thought is, when people are like, I've been reading on social media, there's a lot of people that are like, I'm shorting oil from here, wish me luck. And I'm like, why? Because it just went up. You know, it's time to come down. Yeah, there's a time, like when it comes to shorting, it's fairly easy to time the short. Just be a day late to it. Be an hour late to it. The minute you hear the president say there's going to be we're having talk, or going to be a ceasefire, we have talks to talk about a ceasefire. The moment that happens, oil is going to fall 15% a day. I mean, it's just going to plunge. You're going to hit circuit breakers, all kind of stuff. I have to always be very, you know, it's not hard. It's just because people are going to not change their mind. Like, you need the bulk of Wall Street to turn around and decide they're done with it. And maybe some people might be taking profits along the way, but everybody's still going to be in that trade while it's hot. You're going to still be people going long and long and long and long as much as they can. Congrats to the winners. Let's go. So watching these things together, S&P and NASDAQ today, little pre-Fed squeeze. I don't think there's, oh dude, it's already been 45 minutes. Time just flies by when you're having fun. Yeah, good conversation though. Many years as an oil trader. That's where I started. I picked up a lot of this stuff back then. This was in the 2010 to 2015 era oil. After the big old oil crash and the shale oil crash, and then when oil fell from $130 to $26, and then those are my days. Yeah, but oil's a hot commodity right now. I think that as long as I've learned, I mean, I'm patterning it after like Afghanistan, Iraq, and other conflicts we've had. Oil can sustain a rally for years without stopping. I've seen it from 2001, 2002, all the way to 2008. Oil rallied and rallied and rallied and rallied and rallied and rallied and rallied without stopping. 6 or 7 years of rally. And I heard people like, now I wasn't trading at the time, This is before I started trading, but I heard people like tell me horror stories. I was a mod on some big subreddits, and people were telling horror stories about how they lost all their money trying to short oil into that conflict. There's like post September 11th, 2002, all the way up into 2008. It was pressing and pressing, like 140, 100. This is $240 in today's dollars. Imagine your gas prices then. It's ridiculous. It's the highest it's ever been. It's about twice as high. In today's dollars, it went up about twice as high as what is currently at right now. So, and of course, and also, you know, these commodity charts aren't necessarily adjusted from the inflation either to see what the true value of them is. But dude, this, I started trading here. And I really got heavily into trading oil futures here. Here. Through here. That was a good time to get started. But yeah, if I ask my opinion, if the conflict lasts for 2 or 3 or 4 more months, we can hit 150 easily. Stock market's not advancing with bad economic data. Traders are going to need something long. That's another theory I have too, is that the data comes out looking bad, and the Fed is going to project, you know, the economic projections come out tomorrow, and they're not going to look that good. So I think Wall Street's kind of done with the stock market for a little bit, and they had fun with the big gold frenzy. Now they have an oil frenzy. I think in reality that tomorrow might be one of the biggest up days we have in oil. If the stock market dumps, people are going to sell their stock and just let me get back in on oil as long as Iran's still fighting, because that's the one thing that's going to gain. Stocks aren't gaining any traction or momentum, but you have a hot long commodity. So I think that there's a lot of hot commodity people can long. I think that, you know, pop and drop by tomorrow, and then people chase some oil trade. That's my theory about tomorrow, but maybe I'll be wrong. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Congrats to all the winners, guys. You're my hero. Somebody says, Matt, you're my hero. Oh, that's nice, man. Appreciate that. Why is the market so slow today? There's really no, it's just pre-Fed short covering. There's really no momentum. You know, people just getting out of the way before the Fed, taking cover on the shorts for the last month. My whole team is your hero. Well, very nice. Appreciate that. Well, we love you guys too. Oh my gosh, we're almost out of time here. We got about 12 more minutes hanging out. Nothing really doing much. I trimmed some of my runners down even further. I had some 5s and I had some 3s, and I just trimmed them all down to like 1s and 2s now. Dividend portfolios are still doing it. Yeah, you bring up a good point. If you can look at like the positional data and committed traders, it does show that there is not really much of a change on the asset manager side of things. The selling we saw all the last 2 months has reflected only slightly in the data. You're not wrong. A huge majority of Wall Street is holding through this. You can see that even through from December through January through February, where we sold off really hard, institutional investors kept buying the dip and buying the dip and buying it. The net long S&P contracts went from 892,000 to over 1 million, almost 100,000 contracts further accumulated to the long side. Yeah, you're not wrong. People are buying this dip and holding through this. It's only the last print that came out in March that came down with a big dip. We went from 100,000 back down to 900,000. People actually are finally starting to liquidate the last week. And I think it's because the economic data has just come in finally bad. The GDP came in gross and inflation numbers came in gross. So we're actually starting to see the first signs of liquidation. Through here, people were still holding through it for the reasons you said. Just like, we're going to shrug off this volatility. Data is going to look good. But as of now, we finally have our evidence here that for the first time last week, 2 weeks ago, Wall Street started selling. And that's when I started taking a full short stance too. And I'm like shorting every pop, you know, as an investment strategy, you know, trading strategy. I've been shorting more than you guys have ever seen me short before. Almost every day I'm shorting. And so I just always follow what bulk of Wall Street's doing. I don't like try to guess. And Commitment Trader shows me that, you know, we're finally seeing some liquidation. You can see it in the flow data. So I've been shorting pretty much every pop to a fault, and it's been doing really well. As well, again, and that's why the market's not crashing as hard either, because most of Wall Street's holding through this. But as of last couple of weeks, you're starting to see people change their minds, you know? You can see it. You can feel the selling pressure build up. It's not heavy, but it's taking up a little bit of that downward pressure. Take care, Corb. Yeah, man, thanks for tuning in. We love that you guys stay here every day. We'll be live on our channel in about 9 minutes. You guys don't mind sticking through and hanging out for the rest of the day. Catch some afternoon trades with me and Neon over on our channel. We do have a stream that'll kick off as soon as I leave here, so you guys are welcome to come stop by as always. What's the link? Yeah. I'll give you the link in a second. Hold on. Although today is such a boring trading day. There's not any exciting moves. So when there's no exciting moves, I usually just have the ability to fill up the space with some education. Here's the link. Let me drop it. If you guys want to join our stream in about 8 minutes, we'll be live over there. I'm dropping it in chat for y'all. That's our channel. In the afternoons, we're there. On the flip side, yeah. I don't think that today sells off. Like I said, there's no, other days I would have popped in a short to try to fade this. You ask me what I think. I think that it probably can still move higher, even though whatever the case may be, I've got in my back pocket a long I want to do. If we fall down to here, I'd love to bet that we close up in here. I've just been waiting all day for like some kind of news to crush this market down to some better, stronger pivots. So I did take the long off of that, and we'll see. But I think with the prospect of something going on with the Fed tomorrow, I think, like I said, I don't know. I just think it'd be obvious to be selling off into some bad news. I think the dealers are just crushing some put theta. Crushing some options premium, which is typical what you see before a big event. So a lot of times when here's another lesson before I get out of here. When you see a sharp reversal before a possible volatile day, your market makers are just crushing options premium. What does that mean? When you buy an option, when volatility is high, volatility bakes in the price. The higher the volatility, the higher the price for the same option. So when markets are falling, right, or markets are sustainably volatile, and say you have some puts or say you have some calls betting on a big move, right? When that volatility decays, like you have a day like this where everything sort of retraces in the market, volatility completely collapses. And when volatility collapses like that, call and put premium just drops. So even with a big move, you only go back to where you started without the big move in many cases. It's a trick that they do essentially to just prevent people from, massively gaining by just, straddle string, always get it backwards, by essentially just holding a cheap option on both sides and just cashing out infinitely big when one of them wins. Premiums being crushed because volatility is kind of hanging in there. All things being equal, will drop the price of all options equally. So buy the rumors, sell the news. That's kind of that day tomorrow, probably. I could agree. All right. See you guys tomorrow. Yep. I wonder if we just get like a big crappy red candle though. Like my brain keeps saying like you should be just being a short just in case. Okay. You said Matt Slacks is the best? Oh, dude, he's great. Oh yeah, he's fantastic. He does so much for the community. It's unreal. And we are very blessed to have him and any of our teammates, but him especially for sure. Yeah, to finish out the day, guys, I've got long runners in all the accounts. I didn't trade all my accounts, as you know. I don't always trade all of them. I always just speckle in a couple. I've got 2 on reserve just in case I get a nice little dip. I can trade on them. But I've got every account that is green currently on the screen, with the exception of the Million Challenge account, is holding on to a runner. Some of these are 2, some of these are 1. One of them is a 3. So I got runners, baby. And then we'll just see what happens to finish out the day. I think that it still tries to go. But we'll see. Thank you, chat, for being here. Thank you guys for being part of MyFundedTV show. Thank you for being part of MyFundedFutures family. Love that you guys are here all the time with us. But it's now that time to say goodbye. We got announcements. You got 20% off of the rapid plans going on right now. Obviously, the rapid plan is one of the best in the business as far as quick payouts. It's such a fun experience if you've never done it before. We got that going on. Use your favorite influencer affiliate code for that if you'd like. Get that 20% off deal. Don't forget to check out Stephen K in the evenings for the Asia Sesh. Always a good time. And that's it. Oh yeah, there's the flex. 25K flexes are $49 for new users. If you've never tried those either. Other than that, hit that link in chat. You guys can hang out with us for the rest of the day. My boy Neon trading Rocket Scooter, same thing on the stream. I'll be in chat, hanging out with you guys, still talking my plays, all that, finishing out the day. And until then, I gotta go. I got about maybe 30 seconds left. I'll see you. If you got anything left for me, feel free to throw in here. But goodbye. Thanks for tuning in. As always, sub to the channel on the way out. Get the thumbs up button. The first thing you do, hit that like button. It's always helpful to get that in there. Give us some algo points. You have a great rest of your day, guys. Goodbye, and we'll see y'all later. Oh yeah, the rapid plan extended. Don't forget. All right, bye.